In favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Thank you all.
Senate will come to order. Those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise as we're led in prayer by the Senator from Mason. Please remain standing after the prayer as the Senator from Upshur leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Everybody, please bow their heads and pray. Heavenly Father, as this legislative session winds down, help us to manage our positions in a way that will glorify you. Do not let our stress and eagerness carry us away from the path you have placed us on. Help us to lead by example and stay focused on serving you as we serve our people. Among the many voices of the people that cry out to us, help us to hear your voice above all others, so that your voice empowers us and provides guidance for us as we continue to make decisions for the people of West Virginia. Please inspire us and speak through us as leaders so that we may continue through the next few days with the strength and wisdom that only you can provide. In Jesus' name, we pray and believe. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would our friends in the gallery please join us in honoring our great country? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, March 8, 2022. The Senate met at 11:16 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
The Senator from Summers requesting consent that further reading of the Journal is dispensed with and the Journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the Journal is dispensed with and the Journal is approved. Introduction to guest. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome the honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As guest is the Senior Senator from the 6th, Jana Hale. As guest is the Junior Senator from the 8th, Cooper Lindsay. As guest is the Senator from Greenbrier, Bella Kirkham and Cambry Cooper. As guest is the Senator from Preston, Shane Hicks, Abby Mazer, Evan McDowell, Charlotte Bradford, and Rose Bradford. Will the Senate please make them feel welcome? Further introduction, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it's your pleasure and mine to introduce a couple of special folks in the rear of the chamber. We have with us today members of our Civil Air Patrol, and in case the members don't know, they are an auxiliary of our Air Force. They're very instrumental in helping us in West Virginia in times of emergency, search and rescue, wonderful leadership opportunities for our youth, and many, many other things. If Major Dr. Jason Hudak and Colonel Connie Moody would mind standing up, let's then give you a warm welcome. Thanks for being here.
Further introductions. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today with us, we have seated in the President's Gallery the chaperone for our honorary pages from Princeton Middle School, Janae Hale's parents, Justin and Tanya Hale. Senate, if you will, please join me and make them welcome. Also, Mr. President, on behalf of the Senator from Mercer, the Senator from Boone, and the Senator from Logan, I would like to welcome the 2021 Tug Valley Single A Cheerleader State Champions in the North Gallery. Girls, if you will, please stand, and Senate, join me and make them welcome. One more introduction, Mr. President. In the North Gallery, we also have the 2021 Tug Valley Single A Girls Basketball State Champions. Girls, please stand and Senate make them welcome.
Further introduction, Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's your pleasure and ours, and on behalf of the Senator from Tucker and myself, we have seated in the President's Gallery today the chaperones for our honorary pages from Kaiser Middle School. If they would please stand as I call their names. Shane Hicks's father, Michael Hicks. Abby Mazer's father, Jason Mazer. Evan McDowell's father, Brian McDowell. Charlotte Brayford's parents, Jody and Karis Brayford. and Rose Brayford's mother, Jody Lynn Brayford. Senator, please make them feel welcome.
Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, Mr. President, on your behalf and on behalf of the senior senator from the 8th, we have seated in the President's Gallery the chaperone for our honorary page from Nitro High School, Cooper's father, Matthew Lindsay. Matthew Lindsay is my brother. He's been telling everybody that he can tell that he's younger than me, which is not true. But what is true is he's the best attorney I know. If he could stand up and if the Senate can make him feel welcome.
Are there further introductions? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can't top that one. Got two introductions today. On behalf of the Senator from Summers, seated in your President's Gallery, we have the chaperone for our pages from Summers County High School, Bella's mom, Melissa Kirkham. If she'd please stand so the Senate can make her welcome. Also, Mr. President, we have several social work students here from West Virginia State today. They're following the foster care legislation. They're here with their professor, Kim Blankenship. If they could please stand so the Senate could make them welcome.
Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 505, updating laws on licensure and regulation of money transmitters.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 505.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 505. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill updates laws on the licensure and regulation of money transmitters. There was a title amendment that merely makes a technical correction. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 505. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House changed the effective date only as it relates to committee substitute for Senate Bill 553 relating to powers of West Virginia Health Care Authority.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House changed effective date to Senate Bill 553.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur in the House changed the effective date for Senate Bill 553. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House change it to the effective date for Senate Bill 553. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House-appointed conferees, Delegates Foster, Smith, and Young, as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 4333 relating to the sunset of the Board of Hearing Aid Dealers and Fitters. The Senate previously appointed Senators Takubo, Woodrum, and Plymel.
Message will be received. Communications from the executive.
I have Senate Executive Message number 2, dated March 8th, 2022, to the honorable members of the West Virginia Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, I respectfully submit the following nominations for your advice and consent. There are 27 nominations listed herein. Notice of these appointments was previously provided to the appropriate legislative staff at the time the appointments were made. Sincerely, Jim Justice, Governor.
Message will be received and be referred to the Committee on Confirmation. Senator from Pleasants.
Mr. President, I move the consideration of the nominations herein before reported be made a special order of business Saturday, March 12th at 11 a.m.
Senator from Pleasants moves the consideration of the nominations herein before reported be made a special order of business Saturday, March the 12th at 11 a.m. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The consideration of nominations here before reported will be a special order of business today at 10 a.m.
I have Senate...
There'll be a correction on that, and it'll be Saturday, March 12th, 11 a.m.
I have Senate Executive Message 3, dated March 8th, 2022, addressed to the Honorable Craig Blair, President of the West Virginia Senate. Dear Mr. President, pursuant to the provisions of Section 20, Article 1, Chapter 5 of the Code of West Virginia, I hereby certify that the following annual reports have been received in the office of the Governor. Sincerely, Jim Justice, Governor.
Message will be received.
I have Executive Message number 4, dated March 8th, 2022, addressed to the Honorable Craig Blair, President of the West Virginia Senate. Dear Mr. President, in accordance with the provisions of Section 11, Article 7 of the Constitution of the State of West Virginia and Section 16, Article 1, Chapter 5 of the Code of West Virginia, I hereby report that I granted no pardons or reprieves nor commuted punishment to any person nor remitted any fines or penalties during the period of April 8th, 2021 through March 7th, 2022. Very truly yours, Jim Justice, Governor.
Message will be received. Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed House Committee substitute for House Bill 4005 relating to fetal body parts and reports the same back with the recommendation without recommendation as to passage, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration read a first time prior to its second committee reference.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4005 relating to fetal body parts. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4012 prohibiting the showing of proof of a COVID-19 vaccination and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration read a first time prior to its second committee reference.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4012 prohibiting the showing of proof of a COVID-19 vaccination. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4098 relating to geothermal energy development, with an amendment from the Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining pending, and has also amended same and reports the same back with a recommendation that it do pass as last amended by the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and the bill be read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4098 relating to geothermal energy development. First reading of the bill.
Senator Beatrice. Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4351 relating to the implementation of an acuity-based patient classification system, and reports the same back with a recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time prior to its second committee reference.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4351 relating to the implementation of an acuity-based patient classification system. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration the following resolutions naming bridges and roadways: House Concurrent Resolution 5, House Concurrent Resolution 39, House Concurrent Resolution 56, House Concurrent Resolution 89, House Concurrent Resolution 90, House Concurrent Resolution 95, and House Concurrent Resolution 96, and reports the same back with a recommendation that they each be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
Report will be received. Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Resolution 52 by Senator Phillips, highlighting West Virginia's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strengthen national security and energy independence and supply world energy markets.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 53 by Senator Takubo, designating March 10th, 2022 as World Kidney Day at the Legislature.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 54 by Senators Caputo, Beach, Clements, and Maroney, congratulating Fairmont Senior High School Polar Bears football team for winning the 2021 Class AA State Championship.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 55 by Senator Romano, congratulating Bridgeport High School baseball team for winning the 2021 Class AAA State Championship.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day. Motions, petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 58, requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study common law cause of action for public nuisance.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 59, respectfully urging executive branches of U.S. government and state of West Virginia to provide adequate staffing for governmental agencies involved in infrastructure projects.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. This resolution really is asking the federal and the state government to be prepared to help us with permitting as we move forward into a period that we're going to have a lot of bridge, highway, internet, and all kinds of things, and we're going to need people to help with the permitting and make sure that they're adequately staffed. I can go back and think of one particular project that in 2017 we're still trying to get permits for, mainly from the federal government. We're simply asking that the state and federal government be staffed to handle this great, hopefully, an influx of permits. I urge adoption.
Further discussion. Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in favor of this, and I appreciate the Senator from Wetzel putting this on the agenda, and I do believe that this is very critical. With all the infrastructure money that's coming into West Virginia from the federal and what we're putting in for not only wastewater, water, sewer, and broadband, this is critical. And where this tipping point is at fish and wildlife in particular. We have been stopped on many of the projects, and those projects are up to 6 months behind. So if you get into your construction season, it's going to delay it where you won't be able to hit the construction season the way you need to. So I think this is a very good move for us, and I would request the yeas and nays.
Is there further discussion? If not, question is on adoption of the resolution. Yeas and nays have been demands. The demand sustained. The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close machine to ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 60, requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study outdoor advertising and propose updates to state's outdoor advertising laws and regulation.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support this resolution. I've had many complaints from business owners in the state about different things that happen with their signage, and it does need to be looked into, so I support this resolution.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Resolution 35, congratulating Tug Valley High School Lady Panthers for winning the 2021 Class A State Championship in girls basketball.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a pleasure to recognize the Tug Valley Single A State Championship girls basketball team. Coach of the girls basketball team is Mr. Clyde Farley. Assistant coaches are Seth Uten and Krista Hall. Tug Valley is one of 2 high schools in Mingo County, and it was consolidated from Kermit and Lenore High Schools in 1987. It's located in Naugatuck. I searched state champions in the 6th District, and Tug Valley has the only championships, single A, double A, or triple A, in all of the 6th District. The team was on their way to repeat yesterday morning down to the last second by 1 point, and the senator from Tucker was the first to point it out to me. But I have no doubt that they'll be back in 2023. Mr. President, I urge adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't be long. I did have the pleasure of visiting Tug Valley High School here about 7 weeks ago when my high school, St. Joseph, was playing them in a boys basketball game. And I got to tell you, it was like a scene out of the movie Hoosiers. The community was out there, everybody was friendly, having a great time. To see the whole community come out. Sadly, the Tug Valley boys will take the court against the St. Joe Fighting Irish tonight to see who gets to go to the state tournament. And by that I mean sadly for Tug Valley. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Question for the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted.
Senate Resolution 36, recognizing Tug Valley Cheerleaders for winning the 2021 Class A State Championship.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also from Tug Valley High School, we have with us today the 2021 Single A State Champion Cheerleaders. Coach is Tara Wolford. Assistant coach is Marie White. The Tug Valley Cheerleaders have 8 state championships under the belt and would probably have 9 had there been competition in 2020. It's been a pleasure to work with the principal, Dr. Doug Ward, over the years, and getting these 2 teams up here to be recognized. Mr. President, I urge adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just joking about those comments about the Tug Valley boys. Don't hold that against me or my players. I got to tell you, the coaching staff of the boys some of those guys are in our age group, Mr. President. Mr. Ledger and several other ones that are legendary coaches in southern West Virginia. So good luck to the Tug Valley boys tonight.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted.
Senate Resolution 51, designating month of February as National Cancer Prevention Month at the Legislature.
Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 51, designating month of February as National Cancer Prevention Month at the Legislature.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Though we may be a little bit late by a week or so, National Cancer Prevention Month is February, and we all know that detecting cancer early is crucial. That the survival rate, if you detect it, the 5-year survival rate, if you detect cancer in stage 1 is 90% compared to 20% if it has metastasized and becomes stage 4. We have cancer screening tests for 5 cancers: colorectal, prostate, breast, lung, cervical. But we now have unbelievable new technologies that puts us on the cutting edge of being able to detect these cancers much earlier. So there is bipartisan support in Congress to have Medicare cover these screening tests, their blood tests, so that we can diagnose these patients a lot sooner and get them a better survival rate. So I urge adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about one of those screening tests, which would be that for lung cancer. And just so the body knows, just a few years ago, lung cancer remains the single #1 cancer killer in both men and women in West Virginia, smoking being the big cause of that. A few years ago, a large study was done. The NSLT would show that if you had smoked 30 years or more and was 55 years or older, then you should get screening CAT scan. And that one study reduced cancer death by 20%. Now that's pretty amazing when you think about 1950, the overall survival for cancer was 8%. It's pretty dire. And then you speed all the way up to 2013, the survival rate was only 15%. So in 60 plus years, we hadn't even doubled the survival for lung cancer. In the past couple years, however, this has been so successful that the age has been reduced to 50 years of age, and if you smoke 20 years or more, now that's 20 pack years, meaning 1 pack a day for 20 years or 2 packs a day for 10 years. But it's a tremendous reduction in death. Now this, some of the genetic techniques that are coming along, the screening test with CAT scan catches a cancer when it's very tiny. When it's tiny, your odds of survival go up dramatically. Now to put this to you a different way, these individuals who have smoked, that has hit the age of 50 and smoked 20 years or more, they are at a 1 in 5 chance of developing lung cancer. Compare that to somebody who never smoked, it's 1 in 90. Big difference. So the CT scan works. However, the new genetic test that what this resolution talks about is picking it up way sooner than that. So imagine a snake when it sheds its skin. This will pick up actual DNA. Now, this isn't cancer cells that have spread throughout the body, but just the DNA of those cells that let you know that it's in there. And not just for lung cancer, but many other cancers. And so this is a huge step forward. In fact, many patients, when they we're treating them with cancer now because of the therapies, the techniques, the diagnosis, the first thing they want to know is, well, am I terminal and how much time have I got? We don't even know how to answer that anymore, which is a great thing. And I hope it's one of those things that we can say, you know, don't worry about it, we'll fix this. But strongly urge the adoption of the resolution and glad to make the body aware of a few health facts.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just ask unanimous consent that the remarks from the senator from Boone and the majority leader be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Further discussion? If not, questions on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2096, reinstating the film investment tax credit. Third reading of the bill. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Finance moved to amend the bill.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment offered by the Committee on Finance.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Nelson moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This strike and insert amendment to House Bill 2096, which is basically reinstating the film investment tax credit. My amendment incorporates the amendments that were adopted in the Finance Committee. These included, 1, the elimination of any reference to commercials or promotional videos from the definition of qualified projects. 2, it removes the cap on the tax credit and makes it unlimited. 3, it clarifies that the qualified expenses and services should be provided by West Virginia vendors. In addition to the committee amendments, this amendment in front of us also makes other clarifications to those prior amendments. One being the elimination of any reference to the development office, which no longer exists. Second, it eliminates any reference to the business franchise tax, which was eliminated in 2014. Third, it makes a number of changes to the effective dates for taxes that were suggested by the tax department that would have potential unintended consequences. And finally, this amendment makes various technical corrections. Happy to answer any questions, and I urge adoption of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the amendment offered by the junior senator from the 17th. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to reinstate the film tax credit. West Virginia established the credit in 2007 and repealed it in 2018. It would provide a credit for a qualified project. A qualified project is defined in the bill as a feature film, direct-to-video movies, TV shows, movies, pilots, and miniseries. These projects must incur a cumulative amount of direct production cost of $50,000 or more. The credit is 27% of direct production cost incurred in West Virginia, and management of the credit is through the Development Office. The Development Office is required to create a database of resources that include locations, music, and other resources available for film projects. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Would the chairman yield, please?
Will the senior senator from the 4th yield? The senator yields.
Senator, is there a cap annually on how much that the state could allow for tax credits?
This has no cap on it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I'm all about economic development, and this is legislation that I might, under some circumstances, be very supportive of. But I've got a concern, and the concern is that the people of Hollywood, California can make the agenda on the Finance Committee, but the people of Ravenswood can't make that agenda. I have a problem that Bette Midler qualifies for millions of dollars in tax credits, but Betty Shamblin in Putnam County qualifies for nothing. When Michael Moore comes to West Virginia to do his much anticipated biopic of former Senator Richie Ojeda down in Logan County, the people of West Virginia are going to foot the bill for that, but the people of Logan County couldn't even make the foot of the agenda. Mr. President, Gavin Newsom's people are getting a little bit of almost heaven with this bill, but God's people are basically told to go to hell. So even though this is something under certain circumstances I could support, when the people of West Virginia are left hanging out to dry, it's not something I'm going to support. I'm a no.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor, Junior Senator from the 16th.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Sweet Dreams, which was a movie about Patsy Cline, was filmed in Berkeley County. It brought in a ton of money to the county. The hotels, the restaurants, all kinds of people in our community were paid scale to be in the film, including a lot of the musicians. If you go back and you watch the film, 90% of the musicians in that film are people from Berkeley County, the Eastern Panhandle, that got paid scale to be in the film. So I wouldn't just throw it out of hand thinking it's from Hollywood. Also, a lot of the films are not coming from Hollywood anymore. Many of them are coming from places like North Carolina, West Virginia, Maryland. So this is not necessarily a bad thing for our state. Many people come here, see our state, love it, want to come here for vacations, buy homes up here. So I wouldn't reject this out of hand, just thinking it's about Bette Midler. Thank you.
Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in support of this bill, and I've talked to you personally about it. There's some filmmakers that came from my hometown and went to California and did well and came back and have filmed several films in West Virginia, quite frankly, but one in particular, one in my hometown. It's an Italian tradition. Around Christmas, you have the Feast of the Seven Fishes. And there's a lot of fish on the table when you went to Grandma's house, and it was just a huge Italian Catholic type tradition. And they came back to Reesville, West Virginia, Mr. President, and made a film. If you haven't seen it, it's on Amazon. It's a great film called Feast of the Seven Fishes. And I went home for the weekend. It was during session, and man, there were production trucks everywhere, you know, lights at the old house that they grew up in. That's where they filmed it at. And the whole town was just super, super excited. I've never seen anything like it. Old cars that they had to rent. Actors and actresses from all over. One from Webster County actually was one of the producers of the show, and it was just as exciting as it could be. And they stayed in all the hotels right in Fairmont. They spent their money right in Reesville, West Virginia. And when it was all over, they had what was called a wrap party. at the local brew pub in Reesville. And they all come down, and it was just as exciting as an event that I've ever witnessed in the town, my little one-horse town that there isn't much left in. So the Tennell brothers came back, and they gave back to West Virginia. And this has been very, very important to them. Matter of fact, I talked to you about trying to move the effective date of this, which I understand maybe we can't do that, because they're going to do another production in West Virginia beginning in May, a $4.5 million production. I mean, these boys never forgot where they came from, Mr. President, and they want to do business in West Virginia. They want to spotlight West Virginia. They want people to see how beautiful our state is and why they love it so much. This is a great bill. I thank you for putting it on the agenda. I thank the leadership for looking at it. It's a great bill. I'm a yes.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this. In 2006, when the We Are Marshall movie was filmed in partly in West Virginia, we lost out to Georgia. They only filmed about 15 to 20% of it in Huntington. They filmed the rest of it in Georgia, and so we did get some things. I know that as they did have to rent space, they had to do a lot of things, but we lost out because of the complexity of our bills in the past. This corrects those problems that are in the past, as well as puts us on even par with other states that are contiguous and the ones that we compete with on this. And if you go look at it, remember the Hatfield-McCoy's documentary was filmed in Czechoslovakia. You think about that. It should have been filmed here. This would allow us to be able to gain some of these back. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, question for Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Nelson moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4113, Public Health Definitions and Power of Secretary and Commissioner. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill is a bill that modernizes the law related to local health departments. In addition to defining some terms, there's a rulemaking in this bill that states that the rules shall be legislative rules. The rulemaking section also deletes outdated language related to health department's funding, but inserts language stating that those provisions are still in effect until the newer performance standard funding formula is created and established by legislative rule. Emergency rulemaking language is deleted. With respect to the state health officer, the qualifications have been revised. The word physician has been removed from the qualifications, and also removed is language stating that the commissioner shall have not less than 4 years experience in health services administration or a related field. There is language added to the commissioner's duties that require the commissioner to establish within the Bureau of Public Health a Center for Local Health that shall enhance the quality of essential services provided by local board of health, by the local boards of health. Also, to provide technical assistance and consultation to the local boards of health, to allocate and distribute funding based upon the required performance-based funding standards created in this bill, or required in this bill, and also provide technical assistance in the local public health workforce, to facilitate bidirectional communications, establish a uniform statewide computer system for the reporting of public health data, inventory the services provided by local boards of health, and also support the sharing of services between local boards of health, create performance-based evaluation system based on the standards established by legislative rule, and also provide quarterly training to ensure consistency in the application of the state laws, legislative rules, and local health department rules. Lastly, to enforce compliance with the performance-based standards that are required to be created from this bill. The local health officer is currently required to practice medicine. There was language added to clarify that this could be a licensed advanced practice registered nurse with the ability to practice independently. Language deletes approval of this person by the commissioner. Mr. President, I urge passage.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this legislation. We have, over the years, not treated local public health very well financially. I think that's pretty well known among all of us. One year we cut their budget some 25%. That was 2 or 3 years before we had the pandemic. I'm certainly aware of many local public health offices that have gone from, say, 8 nurses down to 2, and again, this we hold them to a high standard. So, when asked about, the functionality of this bill, the commissioner basically said, "Yeah, we have the Office of Local Health, but not one person is employed in that Office of Local Health." So it does require some, however we want to do it, whether they can use money differently, but in order for local public health to really stand up and be robust, we're going to have to think about the funding mechanism. Now, from a mechanical standpoint, I like the bill. I support it, but I encourage us as we go forward to look at the funding issues of how we've done it in the past and how we may be able to do it in the future. Urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4257 require visitation immediately following a procedure in a health care facility.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent that further consideration of the bill be deferred to the foot of bills on third reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 4396, reducing federal adjusted gross income relating to tolls for travel on West Virginia toll roads paid electronically. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an agency bill from the Tax Department. Its purpose is to eliminate an income tax decreasing modification for tolls and the West Virginia Easy Pass. Current law provides a modification of personal income tax for use of personal vehicles on any amount exceeding $25. During the 2019 tax year, the modification was used for a total of $1,000. In the 2020 tax year, the modification was not used by a single taxpayer. There is a complicated process for the Parkways Authority to reimburse general revenue for use of the modification for a tax that is so rarely used. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4410, specifying allocation, apportionment, and treatment of income of flow-through entities. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would extend market-based sourcing to entities known as flow-through entities. In 2021, the legislature passed market-based sourcing for corporate income tax. Market-based sourcing provides that when determining the proportion of a corporation's sales to be taxed in West Virginia is based upon the place where the service or property is located and not where the activity that generated the sale occurred. The purpose of this bill is to extend market-based sourcing to flow-through entities which are legal businesses that pass through any income to its owners, shareholders, and investors. These include partnerships, S corporations, and sole proprietorships. The bill will be effective January 1, 2022. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Bill 4451, eliminating the requirement that otherwise qualified investment assets be located or installed at or within 2 miles of a pre-existing manufacturing facility. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill makes void the requirement that a qualified capital addition to a manufacturing facility be located or installed at or within 2 miles of a pre-existing manufacturing facility owned or operated by the person making the capital addition, so long as the addition is placed in service or use on or after the first day of January 2023. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4535 repeals section relating to school attendance and satisfactory academic progress as conditions of licensing for privilege of operation of a motor vehicle. Third reading of the bill. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Carnes moved to amend the bill.
Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Are there further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Rucker moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection?
Thank
you. Hears none. Senator from Jefferson.
So this amendment is reformed slightly from yesterday's proposed amendment from Senator Carnes. It basically clarifies that any first-time applicant or current licensee that fails to meet the mandatory attendance and academic performance requirements is only eligible for a restricted license. It preserves all of the objectives of the original amendment. The Division of Motor Vehicles currently has the authority to suspend a person's license for certain specified reasons. This amendment adds authority that the division can also restrict a license for those specified reasons. The requirement to deny license or instruction for any person under 18 who does not meet one of those academic requirements is now clarified through the reform amendment, and I thank the senator from Harrison for his input and his concerns raised yesterday, allowing us to further clarify and to improve this amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? Senator from Harrison?
Will the senator yield?
Will the senator from Jefferson yield? The senator yields.
Senator, I just want to be sure, and it sure looks like it's the right one. This amendment still preserves the incentive to high school kids to stay in school, have full attendance, as well as make the minimally satisfactory grades in order to get a license and to be able to drive while in school.
Yes.
And this simply provides, I think the senator from Oregon deserves some credit too, this provides an appeal process for those kids that, for whatever extraordinary reasons, are unable to satisfy those requirements, and allows them to get a restricted license that allows them to drive for very specific purposes: work, medical care, I think religious reasons were in there, and other educational opportunities, correct?
So we're allowing them to have a restricted license that lets them drive to those particular things if there's academic performance or attendance is, in question. But the appeal process was there from the beginning. We never removed that.
I'm not sure I quite caught that. Say that last sentence again.
The appeal process that you referred to was always in the legislation.
Right. We've just kind of amplified it and provided it with some specifics.
Right.
Well, I certainly appreciate your efforts on this. It's very important.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I rise in support of this bill. I think it shows what we can do when we all work together. That's probably the most important thing. But we've maintained what's been a great incentive to improve graduation rates in the state. Kids need an incentive, and there was nothing more important to me when I turned 16, just to date myself, it's 15 now, but when I turned 16, than to get my driver's license. And if it meant staying in school and attending school and doing as well as I could in school, that's a very small thing for us to provide to our state to help our kids become something, because without a high school education, you have no chance in this world. And I urge a yes vote, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion pertaining to the amendment? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the senator from Jefferson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The question now is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Essentially, the amendment that we just described is the bill, so I urge passage.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on Education moved to amend the title of the bill.
Senator from Jefferson.
I request unanimous consent to withdraw our title amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk has another title amendment.
Senator Carnes moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4567 relating to business and occupation or privilege tax. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The provisions of this bill would eliminate the business and occupation tax on new automobiles purchased after July 1, 2023. The elimination will be accomplished in 3 phases. There will be a 50% reduction on July 1, 2023. On July 1, 2024, the remaining tax will be reduced by 50%. On July 1, 2025, the tax would be eliminated. The B&O tax would still be imposed on the purchase of a used automobile. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the chairman of finance yield?
Will the senior senator from the 4th yield? Senator yields.
Thank you. I don't have the privilege of sitting on finance with you, and I just want to ask you just one question. This elimination of the tax, it's this B&O tax, that's on the business itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure, someone had mentioned to me, I've talked to a number of folks on this. I just want to make sure that there's nothing in this bill that would require the benefit that the business receives to also inure to the consumer, right?
No.
I didn't think so. I just wanted to be sure of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President.
Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, sir. May I speak to the bill?
Please.
Thank you. I rise reluctantly in opposition to this bill. The reluctance is based in the fact that I know the chairman of finance and the majority leader have worked hard to create a compromise that gives our municipalities that have B&O taxes time to adjust to this reduction in the B&O tax on new car salesmen. But my opposition has to do with a number of things. First, I want to make sure that the body, I'm sure everyone in the body understands, but I want the public to understand too that these B&O taxes go to support fire, police, and EMS services in our cities. I think that's important. I think that's something that is within the city's control and should be protected because those are good things that the government does to provide and protect not just the citizens of the city, but the new car dealers who are going to benefit from this reduction or elimination over time of the B&O tax. I also believe that this is a bill where we are picking winners and losers. In this case, it's the new car salesman, not any other car salesman or any other business. And the effect of this bill is, in order to make up the difference that these cities may lose in B&O taxes, that means all the other businesses may see a rise. That difference has to be made up, and it'll be made up by restaurateurs, coffee shops, and other types of mom and pop businesses in the city. If we're going to consider any type of tax or reduction of tax, it should be fair across the board. The only people I've heard in support of this bill are the new car dealers, which I understand. If we were considering a bill that would eliminate the B&O tax on law firms, you'd hear from lawyers, I'm sure. I've not been given any justification for this bill to date, and I don't see how it can impact or affect the consumers, and I don't see how it goes through the protection and the services that the city provides. And finally, I'll just say this. Again, I've talked to a number of folks on this bill. I've tried to reach out to people who are in the car industry, who aren't in the car industry, and what I found in talking to folks just this morning is the new car industry is not in need of this tax cut, which effectively it is, for them only. And for that reason, and for all those reasons, I urge a no vote on the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with all due respect to my good friend, my very good friend from Kanawha, I rise in support of the bill. And let me tell you a couple reasons. The city of Huntington has already abolished the B&O tax on new car sales. Our mayor and our city council felt like that was a good way to go in terms of economic development and being pro-business. Now, I personally pay a B&O tax on my law practice, I also own some apartments, my family and I do, which we pay a B&O tax on. The B&O tax is about the worst tax there is in our whole state, because you can have a business and lose money and you're still paying the B&O tax because it has nothing to do with your profit. You can literally be in the hole on your business in a year and you're still paying that B&O tax right off the top. It's a horrible tax. So car dealers, the people that have brought this before us, you know, they pay good wages. They support Little League baseball and other community service activities. You don't have to hold a gun to somebody's head at a car dealership to pay a good wage. So I support the bill. I don't think anybody should ever have to pay a B&O tax in this state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 27 yeas, 6 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Attire moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4257 require visitation immediately following a procedure in a healthcare facility. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage to bills. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, House Bill 4257 is actually a culmination of 2 bills, one of which was explained as an amendment yesterday. This proposed bill consists of the first bill is Melissa's law, known as Melissa's law, and then we added the Clergy Amendment yesterday. What this bill does is it clarifies that the visitation to a hospital is permitted once a patient is stable following a surgical procedure. Mr. President, the bill adds language that healthcare facilities shall provide patients have adequate and lawful access to clergy so that patients can practice religion by receiving clergy visitation at any reasonable time, as long as it does not disrupt with clinical care. Mr. President, this bill also provides adequate visitation by 2 family members to the healthcare facility, and the number of the clergy does not add to the number, to the total of 2. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was not planning on speaking today on this bill, but I feel called to do so. Many of you know the experience that I had that delayed me coming to the session when it began in January. Unfortunately, both my father and my husband got sick and were very sick. And I had the very important responsibility of trying to advocate and make sure that they got appropriate care. I must tell you that without the advocacy, there's a very good chance that I would have lost my husband. And unfortunately, I did end up losing my father. You know, when we think about the bills that we're passing, and they all affect everybody in some small way, I cannot imagine anything more powerful than knowing that we can change someone's regret. Being with your loved one when they're suffering makes a huge difference in whether they recover or not. And for the person who has to live with the fact that they lost their loved one, knowing that you were there, knowing that you did everything you could, just makes a huge difference. I also am very thankful for the work of the health chair that he did in putting another bill into this bill to make certain that clergy are also allowed to be there, to give last rites if needed, to pray with the person who is sick. So I want to thank him for his work, and I want to thank all of those who supported this legislation, the amendment, and I, of course, am very much in support.
So further discussion. Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent that the remarks from the Senator from Jefferson be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator from Greenbrier.
And also, out of an abundance of caution, I would ask for Rule 43. I do hospital visitation on a volunteer basis. Just asking for a clarification from the chair.
You're a member of a class.
Thank you.
You'll be required to vote. Any further Rule 43s or discussion? Okay, if not, question for the Senate. This shall the bill pass. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk closed machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on Health and Human Resources move to amend the title.
Senator from Marshall.
Mr. President, I request I move the title amendment. Unanimous consent to withdraw the title amendment.
Senator from Marshall requests unanimous consent to withdraw the Health and Human Resources Committee title amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Clerk has another title amendment.
Senator Maroney moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senior senator from the 17th.
President, I request unanimous consent to return to the fourth order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Economic Development has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4001, generally relating to broadband, and has amended same, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Chandler Swope, Chair.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration read the first time prior to its second committee reference.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will be read the first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4001, generally relating to broadband. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Economic Development has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4827 relating to the promotion and development of public use vertiports, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Chandler Swope, Chair.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration read the first time prior to its second committee reference.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill first time.
Engrossed House Bill 4827 relating to the promotion and development of public use vertiports. First reading of the bill.
Bill will be advanced, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m., and I have one announcement.
Senior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Rules will meet immediately following the floor session in the Senate President's Conference Room.
Are there further announcements? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee on Health will meet at 1 o'clock today at 4:51 M.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet in 4:51 M at 2 o'clock.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 2 o'clock p.m. in room 208 West Wing.
Are there further announcements? Senator from Wyoming.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the remarks of the Senator from Randolph County concerning House Resolution 2096 be recorded in the Journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Are there further announcements? Further announcements? Senior Senators from the 17th moves that we stand in recess till 5 p.m. today. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We're in recess till 5 p.m. today.
Removed from the medical machines that keep them alive if they're in a vegetative state?
No, it does not mean that at all. What it's doing, it's taking that out of the proposed forms. But the truth is, if a person wanted that language in their medical power of attorney or a living will, they could still put it in there. It doesn't make it illegal if it is in there. It's just in the preferred forms in the bill that language is removed.
Okay, so we're not subjecting people. It's something like $10,000 a day to be in ICU at the local hospitals, and so we're not subjecting families to bankruptcy while someone is laying in a hospital bed in a vegetative state.
No, not at all. Not at all. You can see on page 12 of the bill, it has special directives or limitations on this power. And again, that's a proposed form, but that would be the place, if you're using this form, that you could initiate and install any language that you wanted as to your particular special directives. And those directives are to be followed.
Now, what about the directives that only a physician can fill out, and they're put on the refrigerators, and it's a no resuscitation
The DNR
order? Yes.
Do not resuscitate.
Yes.
Those would not change. That's a person can establish that relationship with their physician and have that known, and a person can actually still place that within their medical power of attorney as a special directives or in their living will.
All right. So the standard form that most physicians would be provided would eliminate the anything about vegetative state. It would just refer to no resuscitation when they come in and find the person unconscious or something.
It could be either of those. Oh, it would be the former. That it would eliminate it from the proposed form if they're using the form that's set forth in statute, the proposal set forth in statute. And of course, it could be there through a DNR as well.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. May I speak to the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
Just, this really concerns me because it confuses the issue. Please understand that to be maintained in a vegetative state is about $10,000 a day. So you're looking at a family's bankruptcy whenever the person wants to elect to not be in a vegetative state and to not be provided medical services when they're in a vegetative state. You know, most people don't want that. Most people want a living will that provides that if there's no hope of recovery, please stop the medical treatment that causes them to breathe and it causes the heart to beat. You know, it's a terrible condition. It's a horrible situation for families. I think that while the bill is well intended, we're supposedly just changing basic forms. I think we're also confusing the issue because most people do not want to be maintained in a vegetative state on medical, special medical services, extraordinary medical services. You're not helping people by having end-of-life care with that added to it. So I think that we have good forms. We should leave those forms in place and allow people to have a clear understanding that if you do not want medical treatment to keep your heart beating and your lungs moving when you're in a vegetative state and you have no consciousness whatsoever, and you're running up a bill of something like $10,000 a day for your family, if you don't want that, then sign the regular form that we've used for, what, I think he said 20 years? Well, let's just maintain that form. There's no reason to change, and I think that it just confuses the issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose the bill.
Question again is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman first, I got McGinn is recognized.
I have to disagree. This doesn't confuse the issue at all. If you look at the bill, this explicitly elaborates in a systematic manner exactly what an individual will be signing for end-of-life care. Okay, because many people don't know that if you sign do not resuscitate right now, that also could entail not receiving food and nutrition intravenously. Okay, so that's explicitly laid out in this new format. It's definitely needed. Our society is beginning to degenerate. We're just have this, you know, on-demand abortion sort of environment, and with this whole, well, you know what, your life's not really worth living once you get to a certain age. So don't resuscitate me. All right. This is definitely needed from natural birth to natural death. All right, and that's the principles in the West that we should be upholding.
Lady in the 41st, Dr. Tully is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things I want to do is just to talk a little bit about what is very, very important when you are making end-of-life decisions, and that is having a very good medical power of attorney that knows your wishes inside and out, somebody that you can trust to abide by those wishes. The other thing, there's nothing in this bill that precludes writing very, very specific details as far as what you do and do not want for your end-of-life decisions. So for that reason, I do support this bill. Thank you.
Question again is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? Gentleman 36, Dr. Rose, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple more thoughts. What's important, the real work of this bill is that almost everybody who goes in or out of a hospital is given a standard form. So the new standard form is going to eliminate vegetative state. And what we're doing in this bill by eliminating something that's been in law for 20-some years is to take out the vegetative state, and that means when the person signs it thinking, oh, I've got good end-of-life care, they're not going to keep me on the machines forever. That's not going to be true if they're in a vegetative state. In fact, they are going to be kept on machines for a long, long time because they didn't bother to spend the money to go get a lawyer to write a very specific living will that provides for a person to not be kept on machines once they're in a vegetative state. So the reality of this is for thousands and thousands of West Virginians, we're eliminating vegetative state as a reason for them to not be kept on medical machines and their families subjected to bankruptcy. For thousands of people, because the hospitals have the standard forms, they're the ones that will make the change in the forms, and these folks are going to not have vegetative state as a reason for them to be cut off the machines. That is not what most people want, but they aren't going to understand that. They're not going to understand that at all, but the ones who have the money and go to an attorney and have a specific living will drafted for vegetative state, they're going to be okay. But the people who don't, the ones that just go into the hospital says, here, sign this new form. Old form said vegetative state, new form says, no, not really at all. We will keep you on machines as long as you're in a vegetative state, because our new form provided to us, it does not include vegetative state as a reason to be cut off the machines. You know, end of care is really an important part of life. And subjecting people to having medical devices and machines and medications to keep people technically alive when there is no function, whenever the person has no consciousness and is just there, and keeping them from being able to go on to heaven or whatever may be their next step in life. I just think that this is a real mistake, because we're changing the basic forms that most everybody in West Virginia will be signing after this bill comes in effect. I'd urge that the members vote against this bill.
Question again is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? If not, gentleman, 30-second nugget fast to close debate on the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out on page 5 of the bill, terminal condition remains unchanged. That definition is still there, and that term is used in the forms. And I just want to read one paragraph of one of the forms. It's the newly revised form for a living will. It's on page 8. And it states this: if I am very sick, and instead of not able, it changes it to unable, to communicate my wishes for myself, and I am certified by one physician who has personally examined me to have a terminal condition, and then it strikes following language, or to be in a persistent vegetative state, open parentheses, I am unconscious and am either aware of my environment or not able to interact with others, close parentheses. That would be stricken in the proposed form. And then the existing language remains, I direct that life prolonging, striking the word medical, so it would be, I direct that life prolonging intervention that would serve solely to prolong the dying process, and it deletes, or maintain me in a persistent vegetative state. So that would read, I direct a life-prolonging intervention that would serve solely to prolong the dying process be withheld or withdrawn, and then added language. I understand that by signing this document, I am agreeing to the removal or refusal of cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, breathing machine, ventilator, dialysis, and medically administered food and fluids such as might be provided intravenously or by a feeding tube. So, I mean, this language, it's very, very clear that, and the point, a big point of this bill is that people understand what they're signing.
and not just sign persistent vegetative state with really little understanding of that. And so this is a pro-life bill, and I would urge passage, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 90 ayes, 6 nays, and 4 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 470, relating generally to health care decisions.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 508, requiring certain attire for deer hunters with muzzle loaders.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman, 30 seconds to explain the bill.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. This committee substitute for Senate Bill 508. It clarifies that a person who hunts deer in the state during muzzleloader season shall wear a daylight fluorescent orange outer garment over at least 400 square inches of his or her person, also known as blaze orange. It makes it necessary for hunter safety after muzzleloaders were declassified as a firearm. That's a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? Gentleman third, Doug Fluharty is recognized.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So what exactly are we mandating here?
Requiring people, just like other firearms, when you go deer hunting, to have so many inches of blaze orange on your body.
This is while they're hunting, so while they're exercising their Second Amendment right?
That is correct.
And we're requiring them to do something while doing that?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Question again before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 82 ayes, 15 nays, and 3 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. Clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 508, requiring certain attire for deer hunters with muzzle loaders.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 535, providing for revocation of school personnel certification or licensure in certain circumstances.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman 35th, Doug Capitola, will explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee substitute before you clarifies that the state superintendent may automatically suspend the certificate of a teacher charged or indicted with certain crimes, or that is the subject of an abuse and neglect petition. It also clarifies the authority to suspend or revoke, and it extends to any school personnel holding a certificate granted under Section 1832A. It also creates a process for reinstatement of the certificate if the person is exonerated. Clarifies when a certificate is automatically revoked for convictions of certain crimes of substantiated findings of child abuse. It also provides for reinstatement if the crimes or findings are overturned by certain courts. Also makes some technical changes, Mr. Speaker. Urge passage of the bill.
Question before the House, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman to the 42nd, Douglas Honaker. Gentleman to the 10th, Douglas Kelly. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 535, providing for revocation of school personnel certification or licensure in certain circumstances.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 591, relating to process for filling vacancies in state legislature.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the statute which sets forth the process for filling a vacancy in the House of Delegates or in the Senate. The bill distinguishes between vacancies occurring in a multi-county district and a single county district. The bill provides that the list of 3 nominees must be submitted by the party executive committee of the district in which the vacating member resided at the time of election or appointment when there is a vacancy in a multi-county district. And it clarifies that for a vacancy in a single county district, the list of 3 nominees will be submitted by the county executive committee in which the vacating member resided at the time of election or appointment. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. Happy to take questions, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Laid in the 49th. If not, gentleman of the 29th, Doug Steele.
Would the chairman yield?
Yes.
So presently, this is done by the delegate district committee, right?
It is the code. If we go to the code, the list should be submitted by a party executive committee of the delegate district. That is unchanged.
That's unchanged because in the explanation, I thought you said the county executive committee.
It is the county executive committee for delegate districts that are wholly contained within one county.
Oh. So going forward, will there still be a delegate district committee?
There will be.
And they will be the ones doing the 3 names?
If the delegate district spans more than one county, yes.
What if it's just one county?
If it's one county, it would be the county executive committee.
Is that presently?
That is not presently in code. That is what we are clarifying.
So it would not be the delegate district committee if you were within one county?
That's correct. I think the thought there was that it was redundant to elect a county executive committee and then elect another committee just for one county in order to fill vacancies.
So the way that we redistricted into single-member districts, how many of these multi-county districts do we have?
37.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Gentleman 16th, Doug Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman continue to yield?
Yes.
Okay, in reading the bill, it looks like if the member was elected to a multi-county district, the list shall be submitted by the party executive committee of the delegate district. So that's what, that's the slight modification there. So I just want to make sure that I fully understand this. Yep. So if a delegate district extends into multiple counties, there will still be a delegate district executive committee which will select the 3 names for replacement.
Correct.
Okay. The same with a Senate district, that there would be a senatorial district executive committee.
Correct.
In that same fashion, and only if a district, whether it's House or Senate, is wholly within that individual county, within one county, would it fall to the overall county executive committee.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Gentleman 67, Doug Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman continue to yield?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to get this straight. Let's say you have a county that has 5 single-member delegate districts within it, 4 of them entirely within the county. In each of those 4, the decision would be made by the county executive committee. Is that right?
Correct.
So people from all over the county outside that delegate district would be choosing the representative of that delegate district.
Well, they would be choosing the 3 nominees.
Well, yes, but
to
they'd
answer
be
your
the ones
question,
choosing the nominees. Of
is it
course,
possible that
the
someone that
governor
doesn't-
officially picks the person, but it would be a body representing a much larger group of people than that delegate district that would be choosing the nominees.
Not necessarily, but possible.
What do you mean, not necessarily?
Well,
I
if the
guess I'm
folks-
confused. I'm sorry.
Well, if the individuals that were elected to the county executive committee resided in an area outside of the 4 districts that you mentioned, it's possible that there would be somebody that lived outside of that district making an appointment for an intra-county appointment. But that would only be in the case that there were a member of that executive committee that were elected to that committee from outside of the district, that is, from outside of the district where the intra-county districts exist.
Do you not think it probable that in most cases, if you have a single member district that occupies barely 20% of the county, that in most cases the majority of the people choosing the nominees would be from outside that delegate district?
It's possible.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman to 56, Douglas Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Under the current process, because it seems like this bill is setting up 2 completely different processes for selecting a replacement. If your district is within a county, the county executive committee will select the nominees to go to the governor. But if you have a district that straddles a county, the delegate district, it sounds like we're creating 2 different processes depending on how your delegate district is. Under the current system, how is it selected?
Under the current scheme, before the bill, there's a delegate district committee.
For all 67 districts?
But no, in a single, like if a currently, let me just step back for a second and say what we're doing right here is clarifying essentially what's being done. It's the practice. So right now, if a delegate district is wholly contained, and to the gentleman's point, if there were a small delegate district wholly contained, generally that means it's an urban area, probably. But in that case, then those appointments is made by the governor, but the nominees come from that county executive committee. That's in functionally what's going on right now, and so we're codifying that process with this bill.
Okay, so we're essentially codifying a process that is 2 completely different processes depending on how the delegate district lays out.
If this bill is passed, there won't be two processes, but there will be 2 entities that will evaluate the selection of 3 counties depending on whether the district spans more than 1 county or is wholly contained within 1 county.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman 37, Dr. Pushkin, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, would the chairman continue to yield?
Yes.
Okay. Currently, do you know if we have anyone who has filed to run for a delegate district committee in this state?
I don't have that information.
You don't know, or there is, or haven't been any?
The former.
Okay. I can't find any on the Secretary of State's website. I think that might be part of the problem that we're trying to address here. So if you're talking about a delegate district that's inside an inter-county delegate district, right now, because of a Supreme Court decision, that executive committee would not be is not recognized as a committee that can put up the 3 names, correct?
It's not recognized in the law as it's written right now.
So under current law, if it's an inter-county, if it's
inter or intra.
Okay, if it's more than 1 county in the delegate district, under current law, they're recognized as a delegate district executive committee, and they can put up those 3 names. But if the district is entirely in 1 county, they're not recognized, correct?
Functionally, that's how it's working right now, yes.
And that's what this bill seeks to correct. So there is at least some process in place for the committee, and not just the governor, but the executive committees to put the names up. Without this, the governor could just pick anybody in that district.
Yes,
right?
this puts together a framework for how delegates, the submission of the candidates that are submitted to the governor, are assembled.
Okay. So without this, there is no procedure for a district that is entirely inside one county to put those names up, correct?
The bill is clearing that very issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Trying to help.
Gentleman 34th, look at Boggs.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, continue to yield?
Yeah.
Okay, let me pose another scenario to you. It's a multi-delegate district, more than one county. So in that instance, it would be the delegate or senatorial district committee that would convene to come up with the three names, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does this bill envision that nominee or that the three names would have to come from the same county that the person resided in that left office, or would it leave open the entire district for them to...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you get the gist of my...
Yeah, I think I do get the gist of the question. In fact, it addresses that very issue, that the county executive committee must submit nominees from the county in which the vacating member resided at the time of his or her election or appointment.
Okay, you said the county executive committee, but in this instance, it would be the senatorial or the delegate district committee.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman to the 11th, look at Keaton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman continue to yield?
Yes.
I believe we heard some testimony from the Secretary of State's office as to whether there is even a place on the ballot for somebody to run for an intra-county delegate district. Do you recall that testimony?
That's correct.
So is there a place on the ballot for somebody to even run for such a committee?
Not presently.
Thank you.
Question again is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? If not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 92 ayes, 1 nay, and 7 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 591 relating to process for filling vacancies in state legislature.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 595 relating to Dangerousness Assessment Advisory Board.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman 30 seconds to explain the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to just read from the current code to state the purpose of a Dangerous Assessment Advisory Board. The purpose of the board is to provide opinion, guidance, and informed objective expertise to circuit courts as to the appropriate level of custody or supervision necessary to ensure that persons who have been judicially determined to be incompetent to stand trial and not restorable or not guilty by reason of mental illness are in the least restrictive environment available to protect the person, other persons, and the public generally. Having said that, this bill, number one, it clarifies that board members are not subject to subpoena by virtue of being a member of the board or fulfilling board duties. Number two, provides a mechanism for board documents, reports, and materials used in making a report will be available to the court or a party in a judicial proceeding regarding placement of an individual. Third, it makes technical corrections. That's a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 94 ayes, 1 nay, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 595 relating to Dangerousness Assessment Advisory Board.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
Question before the House is the motion by the lady from the 49th that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of that motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 94 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 616 relating to confidentiality of court files and law enforcement records of certain enumerated offenses.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman 35th, Douglas Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill clarifies that certain records maintained by courts or law enforcement agencies which contain identifying information of a victim in certain crimes are confidential. It creates exceptions when required by law, necessary for law enforcement or court proceedings, or pursuant to an appropriate court order. It sets forth a process for obtaining a court order to examine the records when a judge finds it is in the interests of justice. It sets forth when such records may be obtained by a valid subpoena. It also sets forth a process for a victim to request that court decisions do not identify the victim's first and last names. It authorizes the Supreme Court to promulgate rules to effectuate this section, and the floor amendment adopted yesterday corrects an erroneous code citation. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman 35th, Douglas Caff. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 94 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 616 relating to confidentiality of court files and law enforcement records of certain enumerated offenses.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 694 relating to oil and gas conservation.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman 35th, Douglas Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Senate Bill 694, as amended, is to allow for the unitization of oil and gas interests for the purpose of horizontal well drilling. First, the bill modifies the composition of the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, otherwise known as the OGCC. Currently, there are 5 members. This bill would add 2 new members. 1 member is someone with agricultural experience, and the other new member will be a resident mineral owner. The bill establishes an application process for both shallow and deep horizontal well unitization. Prior to the filing of any application, an applicant must obtain royalty owner's consent of at least 75% the net acreage, obtain the operator's consent of at least 55% of the acreage, and negotiate in good faith with all known interest owners. Once these conditions are met, the Commission will authorize the unitization of tracts in a unit in 1 or more target formations. This includes the interests of unknown and unlocatable owners and non-consenting owners and operators. Units are generally limited to 640 acres. The bill defines the contents of applications. It provides for hearings, notices, and rulemaking authority. It also defines factors for the Commission to consider before issuing a final order. The bill defines the contents of an order to unitize. This includes payment options for the non-consenting and unlocatable parties. Leased interests, unleased interests, and operators are all compensated based on their different situations. There are provisions to modify orders if necessary, and orders may expire if wells are not drilled. Once drilled, the unit remains in place. No unit order may grant surface rights. Moreover, surface use may not occur overlaying a mineral tract that was brought into the unit in the application process. There is also an opportunity for surface owners to acquire the unitized oil and gas interests of unknown and unlocated interest owners after 5 years. Deep horizontal well unit applications filed prior to the effective date are grandfathered, and units filed after the effective date are subject to the provisions of the new section. We did adopt a strike and insert yesterday, which was explained, but essentially it did two things. It provided the surface owner's option to purchase the oil and gas of unknown and unlocatable owners, and two, a provision allowing the OGCC to unilaterally reopen existing deep well units and make other changes that were deleted. This protects the people and companies from unrequested modifications to existing deep well units. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill as amended. I'm happy to take questions, and I do urge passage.
Are there those wishing to speak on passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 1st, Delegate McGeehan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Used to be that going back, well, this bill goes back, 8 years now, I believe, in 2015. So this bill's been brought up over and over again in one form or the other. Of course, the name's changed. The first time it came up in 2015, it was called forced pooling, and somebody figured out that that name didn't go over well with the freedom-loving citizens in West Virginia. So the terminology kept changing. I think it started, after that was like lease integration, and then now it's, I don't know, unitization or whatever. So, but I used to think this was the, the most egregious bill that's ever came before the House or this legislature, and I only wish that we could go back to 2015 or 2016, and this would be the worst of our problems. So in this post-constitutional era where, basically Rome's burning, we've got one-man rule going on for 2 years, and it seems like many of us don't even want to take our oaths of office seriously anymore. This really is the least of our problems. But I'm going to just explain to you why I'm going to vote no, okay? And if you want to follow my lead, that's fine. If you don't like my argument, feel free to dismiss it and take a nap. I'm going to go through a couple points real quick. I'm going to, the bill presupposes private property, right? Because, obviously there would be no need for the bill if at least at some level there was concessions made that yes, these mineral owners, these landowners that have these mineral rights actually have ownership to those. So I'm not going to need to appeal. I'm not going to appeal to private property rights or anything that, or the moral question. Really, I'm going to focus on what is the best end here? What's the best outcome for our residents in West Virginia? And I think the core concept of the bill, regardless of what versions you're looking at, the core concept that's always embedded within each one of these different bills, as you can track them over the ages, is this ability to transform or at least deny the ability for an individual who owns mineral rights or royalty rights or what have you to decline to sell. Right, so that's the core concept. They're trying to transfer that ability for the individual to have the ultimate say on whether he's going to consent to sell what we've already presupposed that he owns. And really, if you focus in on that, that's the core concept. You know, all the technicalities throughout the rest of the bill are neither here nor there. That's really what this reduces down to. Okay, whether it's the different ratios, 75%, 60%, 55%, 80%, the core concept is what I just laid out. Okay, it's taking away the ability for the individual mineral rights holder or landholder to say, you know what, I don't like the price and I decline to sell. Okay, and so, you know, once you've removed that ability, you've essentially taken away the largest portion of leverage the average resident who might own a 100-acre farm actually has over fairly large businesses, large enterprises, large corporations who have resources on an order of magnitude greater than, you know, your average guy and gal who owns one of these farms. And so when you remove that, you remove the balance of power in the market. So it's important to understand it's the person who declines to sell, okay, who also, in the present anyway, who also adds some sort of like social benefit in the long run for not only his neighbors, but the state as a whole. Because a lot of times a person says, I don't want to sell right now because I think prices are a little bit low, and in the future I'm going to wait and I'll sell when prices are high. Or perhaps someone says, I don't want to sell right now because I want to make sure that this asset that I own, I can leave to my kids or I can leave to my grandchildren, and it will only increase in value over time, almost like savings, okay? And so those are important concepts to take away, because this bill eradicates those core concepts that are greatly needed in the marketplace, especially when we're talking about average guys that you know, really don't have a whole lot of leverage when large companies are brought to bear to the negotiating table. I mean, it's a common practice from many of my constituents and others that aren't my constituents around the state that have called me and said, you know, I have land guys that come out, try to get me to sign a lease, and they say, you know what, if you don't sign on the dotted line, we'll just force pull you. And there's no force pulling law for the, you know, for the shallow and the Marcellus on the books. But they still say that because they're just sort of betting, you know, it's a tactic. They sort of say that. They're sort of betting that the individual they're negotiating with doesn't know that. Okay, and so it removes that balance of power, which I think is crucial to maintain, you know, in the marketplace. And, you know, it should be clear that this practice or concept in the bill has little to do with actual drilling. You might have noticed there's many different large gas drilling corporations who have bought up many different leases and tracts around the state. You know, and it might be because someone needed some cash right away and they sold for a low price, but they've been doing that, and they've been gathering these large tracts together and sitting on them. Okay? And there might be different reasons for that, but one reason is because, you know, they want to wait for prices to go up and then start producing. And then start selling their product on the market. If you go with this model, what ends up happening is you force people to consent to a price which is likely going to be artificially lower than what they would other get by negotiating for a true market set price. And you're essentially just transferring ownership from the lease from our West Virginia landowner, our West Virginia mineral rights owner, to the gas drilling company. They sit on it, wait for prices to go up, then start drilling. They gain all the profits, while essentially just by transferring the ownership through the law. And there's something inherently wrong-headed about that. You know, using the law to, do less work, do less in the form of honest persuasion and negotiations, and systematically changing the law. You know, now I'm going to go over a couple arguments you've heard in favor of this bill that normally are perpetuated around the State House, and here's one of them. Okay, you've always got that one guy who's just a stickler and he just doesn't want to sell. He doesn't own that much. And, he's just a holdout. You know, he just doesn't want to sell. He's crabby. He's sitting on, a small amount of property. And his neighbors, they really want legitimate production to go forward. And they sold at a good price. And this guy, you know what? He's just saying, heck with you guys. I don't want to sell right now. And they usually propose, these guys, these lobbyists that peddle this argument as a red herring. They normally, just basically say this guy's acting irrationally. And so we need a mechanism to get around this in order to continue to develop and push noble practice of continued energy production. And I want to just suggest to you real quick that, that's just simply not true. Now, there's some of those instances may happen, anecdotally here and there, but it's not systematic. Okay, because I can demonstrate it to you. This was on my desk this morning in my office. It was handed out by the Gas and Oil Association of West Virginia. No doubt, so that we can all read it before we came in here and read all these stats. And, well, look at here. At the bottom of this handout that I didn't write, this was the association, the lobbyists pushing this bill, one of them anyway. At the bottom it says, okay, total natural gas production in MCF. And it lists 2016, 2017, 18, 19, and 20, even the year of the pandemic. Every single year, gas production has gone up. Even in 2020, it went up by some, 400 million in MCF? So in 2016, it was 1.3, and then all the way to 2020, every year it's gone up. It's at 2.518. That's in millions, by the way. So if the argument, which I consider a red herring, that we have all these people around the state that are just these little holdouts, and they're preventing this noble progress from us to drill. If that was the case, you'd probably see it in their own data. There probably wouldn't be a steady, enormous increase in gas drilling throughout the state, right? I mean, this is empirical evidence that that argument is likely designed to put a little nugget in your head and say, that might be a problem. Another thing is, these anomalies that might be happening, these ones and twosies around the state that might have a little land they just don't want to sell, and maybe their neighbors get angry. The law itself has a certain element of universality to it. So even if that's the case, right, would it make sense to change the law in such a sweeping fashion just to solve a couple problems here and there? Because the law applies to everyone. So weigh the ups and downs to that. You know, the law is universal. It applies to everyone in the state, not just the 4 guys that they might have come up with to say, I don't like this guy in Wheeling. You know, I know a buddy who's been donating to my association. He's trying to sell his 100 acres, mineral rights, but he's got a neighbor who's, you know, some stickler and he won't sell right now. You know, we should push this to solve his problem. And then basically cause maybe thousands of other problems in the process because you're applying a sweeping new law to fix maybe a couple different anomalies. Okay? And I say they're anomalies because you can look right here. Natural gas production has gone up by an order of magnitude every single year in the last 5 years, including during the year of COVID. And then total oil production in barrels right below that in West Virginia has gone up every single year by the same order of magnitude. 2016, it was 6.5 million. Get to 2020, it's 19.4 million. So if these arguments really held any weight, okay, that you know, you had these people here and there that just didn't want to sell. And that's why we need this force appeal, and we need to force them in, right? We need to take away their ability to decline, right? Abstain from selling now, okay? You'd probably at least be able to see it in the data. And this is data that the pro-gas lobbyists handed out. Now, you're going to get a lot of rhetoric probably like, hey, drill, baby, drill, yada, yada, yada. You know, we need to, you know, a lot of campaign slogans I'm expecting to stand up and say, you know, if you don't vote for this, then you're just against the American way of life or energy independence or some, you know, erroneous low IQ argument like that. But I'm telling you right now, there's going to be a lot of people, if we put this in place, that are going to be damaged by this, okay? Right now, the law we have is working fine. And that's one thing we want to maintain, are stable, fixed laws. They can be tweaked every now and then, but the conservative tradition is to maintain more fixed laws that create stable environments, that create certain conditions for investment and for other things, okay? So the laws themselves, you know, reflect the values of our society. And the more times we change them and the more times we add to them, you know, I think that reflects a certain degeneracy in our values in West Virginia. So, that being said, I just, you know, I urge rejection. You know, hope I didn't take too long, but I just wanted to explain a few things to you guys, and I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 53rd, Delegate Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Okay, you said that the landowner, if they couldn't find the owners of the minerals underneath of them and that they were allowed to purchase the mineral rights underneath them. Is that correct?
If there's unknown or unlocatable interests, they would revert to the surface owner after 5 years.
They revert. He doesn't have to purchase, so they revert to it.
Well, he would have to file and he would purchase. Yes, they would have a right after 5 years.
But does it state how much they'd have to pay, or will they be bidding against an enormous gas company?
The landowner in that instance would have to file a lawsuit. It would essentially be a legal proceeding.
Oh, so they would have to file a lawsuit, bring in lawyers to get this then. So in other words, this pretty well takes it out of the hands of the regular farmer. He wouldn't be able to do it. So in other words, the gas company would then be able to purchase those gas rights underneath his property.
No, this bill does not give gas companies the rights to purchase any property or preferable rights.
Does that property go up for bid if they can't find the owners?
I assume it would occur just like any other piece of property.
But in this bill, didn't we say that it was going to go to the surface owners? They had an opportunity to bid on it?
Yeah, so after 5 years, a surface owner seeking to exercise the rights if this bill were passed would file a lawsuit after 5 years, and the lawsuit would request that the court provide the landowner with a deed to the property.
So that there's no bidding process in this?
Would you please repeat that? Sorry, I didn't hear that last question.
So there's no bidding process, so there's no chance that this person can be outbid for the rights?
As long as it's filed, there would be no bidding process, as long as the...
So then he would gain all the gas underneath his surface property if they couldn't find the owners?
It would be only as to the unknown interests and
right. So if they couldn't find the
it might not be all of it. It would just be the percentage of it as to the unknown or unlocatable.
Under his property?
Correct.
Under his surface property?
Yes.
Okay, I got a couple other small questions. Can you give me the definition of stealing?
Pardon?
Can you give me the definition of stealing?
I can look it up in Webster's.
Okay, I have it here if you'd like for me to.
Oh, sure.
To take another person's property without permission or right and without intending to return. That's the definition of stealing.
I take your word for it.
Okay, and looks to me like that's what we're doing. Making someone take an offer that they can't refuse. And the other definition I like is thief. What is a thief?
Do you have that one in front of you?
You best believe it. A person who steals another person's property, especially by stealth and without any force or vengeance. And that's what we're doing here. So I submit to each and every one of you that vote for this bill, you're stealing and you become a thief. In that, I want you to think about that whenever you go back to your people and you say that, I'm finished. Now I want to speak to the bill. I want you to think whenever you go back to your people and you tell them, yeah, I voted so that big companies, if they want to drill under your property, they can just take it, you know. I know they're going to say, well, we've got to pay them for it, but we're going to take away the ability for them to negotiate. Let me tell you something else. Whenever you take away that ability to negotiate, The way this is set up, used to when the gas companies come in to negotiate and you held out, they wanted you real bad, so they would keep on coming back, giving you more offers. We pass this bill, they will come in and say, okay, if you don't want to go along with me, we'll just take it because we've got all the others around. Nothing you can do about it, and we're going to give you what we think is right. Anybody in here want to give me their car keys? I'll give you $200, and that's all I'm going to give you for your car. We're not going to negotiate. That's what you're doing to the people of West Virginia. We are here to represent the people of West Virginia. And I can't believe this body brings this up every year to steal from the people that we represent. Trust me, these gas companies will figure it out if we don't pass this bill. We don't need this bill to establish our gas. It is here. They're going to figure it out. Why do we want to take away from our people the ability to negotiate to get the best deal they can? And let me tell you, some people might say, I don't want nobody to take my gas. It's mine. Won't you think that's the right? If not, give me your car keys. If you think it's right for us to just take whatever we want, that's what we're doing with this bill. And I'm a definite no, and I hope I have some more to go with me. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 1st, Delegate Zetesalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague from the same district said, here we are 8 years later. Same issue, but the times have changed. I commend the Chairman of Energy. Basically what he did was when this came up, and what happens when reality sets in and people start to see that there may be problems getting their resources harvested because they're going to be trapped in a 40-acre plot that is surrounded by people who are tapping the resource. They're done. There is no way in the shale that their property will ever be drilled. As much as they want to hang on and wait for the highest price and all that kind of thing, they will never be utilized. The physics of the shale dictate that that's the way that it is. So, what happened in the 8 years since this bill first came up? First of all, the bill didn't come from the Energy Committee or anybody in the legislature. The bill came from people who are starting to see the reality set in and decided that they better do something. As a matter of fact, the Chairman of Energy told them, if you don't have a bill, we will run nothing. So the stakeholders, such as they were, and I can tell you that everybody who would be considered a stakeholder was not involved in this. There's no doubt about that. But plenty of people were. Thousands of people, the representatives of thousands of people were part of this crew. They negotiated a deal. The deal is very good. It improves the pooling that already exists in the state of West Virginia. Anybody that says that it doesn't exist doesn't understand the inner workings of the Utica Shale, which underlies the Marcellus. Pooling exists there. The deal for the landowner in the Utica has been improved by this bill. So we got to get that straight. Pooling exists in the surrounding states. Ohio has a pooling bill that is a lot more lenient to the oil and gas producers than this bill is. When you drill the shale, in order to be effective, the laterals that go out are now approaching 3 miles, 15,000 feet sideways. Think about that in the postage stamp state of West Virginia, where you are going to cross property lines. I wish it was an easy problem. I wish it was a pool that you can figure out. You can go drill next to your, as the law is now, you can drill right next to your neighbor's property and take all the gas and oil that's there. The rule of capture. But it's not that way. You only get what is fracked, and what comes from that frack is what you will receive. I wish it was easy. Now look, we in West Virginia have had a long, long history of people being put upon by outside sources. I know that. Most everybody does know that. It hasn't been pleasant. In my estimation, this bill is a chance to keep people tied to the land in the game. Nobody's looking to buy all their rights, unless they want to sell them, of course. This is a good bill to get people paid for the resource that's under their feet and to keep their resource from being trapped and never produced. That is a critical statement. I think the stakeholders did a good job, and I wish I could tell you that the bill 8 years ago wasn't as good as this, or was as good as this, but it's not. The stakeholders did a good job making it even more fair. I thought it was a good bill back then, but they've shown me that I was perhaps a little bit misled about a few things. But by and large, this bill is much better. The gentleman from the first is absolutely correct. The yield from the shale has gone up, and gas production has gone up tremendously. I've spoken about this before. I mean, we are doing 10 times what we did on average for 50 years. With this bill, that number will go up. There will be more severance tax. There will be more money to the people who own the rights. There's no doubt about it. And there also will be a more efficient use of the resource. In this day and age, in this country, that really is critical. The use of the resource is a critical thing. I think we can all see that with the price of gasoline out there right now. I know the history, and I think this is a chance to help alleviate some of the pain that's been felt in the past in this state. And I hope that those of you who understand this will support this bill, because I think it is a really good effort by people on all sides of the issue. One other thing, the Oil and Gas Commission, which decides some of these things, is going to be represented by more people, including farmers and people who have interests. One person will be a person who is just a royalty owner. That's very critical. The commission is going to be charged with making a lot of tough decisions, and more voices from more diverse group is a good thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this bill for the people of West Virginia, and if the goal is to put as much money in the hands of as many West Virginians as we possibly can, this bill is a step in that direction. Thank you.
Gentlelady from the 4th, Delegate Zukoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to make some comments on this forced polling bill, this anti-freedom bill. And I'd like to start out with a note from one of my constituents. Please do not vote for SB 694. Gas pulling is stealing from the landowners. I am at this moment trying to negotiate a lease. Do not bow down to these thieves. This is from a constituent in Glen Easton, West Virginia. I've heard from many folks like that in my district. We've heard a lot today. We've talked a lot about many different things. We also need to remember that the gas and oil companies have thousands of acres of West Virginia land already held for production that they haven't used. And now we're going to force those landowners who for 8 years have held out. We're further forcing more people to take their mineral rights. It is just not the American way. It's not the West Virginia way. Mountaineers are always free unless they need your mineral rights, and then you don't have any freedom anymore, right? Also, I want to talk about the negotiating power. The gentleman did an eloquent job talking about that. This bill allows for a 25% weighted average of the last 2 years. And you have to understand that these prices are driven basically by the commodity prices. Right now, locally, I contacted some folks. They are negotiating $7,000 an acre, up to $7,000 an acre. The average the last 4 years has been between $4,000 and $7,000 an acre. So that means the folks who are going to be forced into this pooling situation right now are going to be paid $5,500 an acre. So they're losing $1,500 right off the bat because it's not the going market price. Those commodity prices fluctuate. But right now, and who controls this? The gas companies do. Right now, under our forced pooling laws, you have to share if it's on your land, you have to share with the rest of your pool the money that's coming in. And under this new bill that we have, this is going to allow the gas company to determine how you get paid, either by the unit, by the well, or by the pool. I am a Democrat, but I'm a capitalist as well. I know some people don't think those things go hand in hand, but this takes away the free market out of this process. And that's not what we're supposed to be here about. And the gentleman from the first just discussed, how important it is to use the minerals under the ground. And we've been taken advantage of for hundreds of years in West Virginia, and our natural resources have just been stripped away from us unfairly. It's what they do here. This bill continues to do that. And I just want you to think about how you would feel if you had held out for 8 years and now you're going to be forced into this situation. Yeah, we added 2 more people to the board. They're not the majority. They'll get to have some input, but they don't control the board. We need to remember that the folks who are pushing for this bill are very large. They manage very large pieces of royalty owners' property, or they own a lot of property themselves. And so they're holding out, right? They want the best price. This is probably, and honestly, behind the scenes, I've heard we are supporting this bill because we think it's the best that we're going to get. This is the best we're going to get. We know about the Farm Bureau supporting this bill, and I said this day before yesterday when we talked about this, or yesterday when we talked about the amendments. We had people down here from the Northern Panhandle who belong to their local farm bureaus, but they don't go along with the policies of the State Farm Bureau. That's in direct conflict. So I want you to think about this. I want you to think about how you would feel if you were being forced to use your land in a way that you didn't want to. Land that's been in your family for hundreds of years. We are very tied to the land in West Virginia. That's why it's taken 8 years to get here, because people don't want their property rights taken away from them. And in closing, I just like to leave you with a thought. A quote from John Adams: "Property must be secured or liberty won't exist." So for all of you patriot-loving folks out there, consider that when you're voting for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 25th, Delegate Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm sure I'm not going to change anybody's mind, but it don't matter. I'm going to say my piece anyways. I think most of y'all know where I'm going to go with this, but I'm just going to say that I don't know if people here forgot or just never knew, but private property is basically the foundation of capitalism and the foundation of this whole country. This is direct assault on that. It's more of the just kind of a continuation of $1 for your minerals back from the 1900s, except you're going to get it crammed down your throat if it's $1 or $3 now. And this country is set up as a constitutional republic, which is supposed to be set up for the rights of the individual. We're not a democracy. A lot of people like to say we're a democracy. Democracy is basically mob rule, which is same as what this bill will do. If somebody wants to hold out and not sell their stuff, it's their land. They've paid for it. They've had it for generations. If they lose money, I'm pretty sure they don't care. Or if they want to negotiate, that's their business. If they want to negotiate their own deal. Nobody should ever be forced to sell by their neighbors or anybody else. I mean, it's theirs. Private property is one of the most sacred things in this country. It's what this country was built on. And this, one last thing I want to touch on, this 2-year average, I don't know if anybody's aware of this, but the 2020 average HUD price was right at $2 a thousand. This, as of right now, it's $4.60 a thousand. I know it's a little high right now, but I don't have data for 2021, or I'd give you that, but I'm sure it's not much above $2. But every possible way that this could be stacked against the individual, it's stacked. Just one of these days, we got to start helping individuals and quit giving these blasted companies everything they come to us and beg for. This is a constitutional republic, people. We're not thieves. We need to quit acting like thieves and just vote no on this.
Gentlelady from the 3rd, Delegate Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. May I speak to the bill? Thank you. So my first experience with the gas and oil drilling in West Virginia was in 2010. After I was first elected, a Marshall County resident reached out to me who was having a well drilled on his property, and he invited my husband and myself to go out and view the property and see the process, and it was very interesting to watch and to learn. We went out on New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2010, and then New Year's Day 2011, and rode around in his side-by-side with him, and he really educated us. And the industry and technology has changed a great deal from that time, which is great. It's a great thing for our state. At that time, he talked about pits and impoundments and pools and all that. And that's changed. The industry has changed a great deal from then. But what is bothering me about this bill is that we're not listening to the people like the gentleman that invited me out to his property to see the industry up close and to hear his concerns. I've met with constituents in Ohio County since that time and have reviewed the maps that they've shown me where their unit is changed every time a well is drilled, or their plat gets a different outline and it looks different. They're close but a little bit different, just enough that they can capture more units within that well. And we had an opportunity yesterday with the amendment offered by the lady from the 4th to give them some certainty. If you've already leased your property, you had an opportunity to vote to approve that amendment, which would keep the language the same to give some certainty to those of my constituents who drove down for the public hearing, because they've already leased their minerals and they just want some certainty with how it's calculated and how that transition will happen. But we took that certainty away from them. And I get bothered when we talk about the stakeholders. The stakeholders and the bill sponsors are all from Charleston. And I know there's gas under Charleston, but the majority of those impacted are not in Charleston. And we're letting Charleston dictate for the state what is best for them without sitting down with these people and talking to them and understanding how they will be impacted. So I know it may sound like Groundhog Day a little bit. I'm sorry about that, but I will not change my position because I think we need to talk to the people that are going to be affected. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 1st, Delegate McGeehan.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to speak one quick second time here. I forgot to leave something out. In the bill, which differentiates this bill from a couple other sort of conceptually like-minded bills in the past, is if a few of your neighbors establish a price with a lease with a natural gas driller, you can turn to page 25 on the bill, and you can see that the person that does not consent would receive 80% of the weighted average and 25% of the weighted average monetary bonus. So just to reduce that to a simple concept, basically what this bill is saying is, hey, if you don't agree to sell, you're going to get a fraction of what these other guys got. And you could see where that might lead to. You know, it used to be, as of recently, we've been skeptical of corporate interests intermingling with the state apparatus. You know, for instance, we've opposed all of these vaccine mandates across the board, regardless if it was in the private or public sphere. And it's amazing to me that we have a bill in front of us right now that is conceptually, in a way, has some parallels to that. So anyway, thanks for letting me speak a second time. I urge rejection.
Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my good friend from the 1st for his eloquent definition of the progression of this bill. I think he's been pretty accurate so far. But let's talk about the bill today. Your committees, your Senate committee and your House Committee on Energy, took a position this year that we were not going to draft a bill in pooling. We weren't going to do it. We could not come up with a bill that met all of the requirements that were set forth by the oil and gas organizations, the mineral owners, the royalty owners, the Farm Bureau, and our landowners around the state. We just were not going to fight that fight again this year. And we basically told every one of those organizations, you bring us a bill this year that you can compromise on, a bill that works for every one of your groups, and we'll take a look at it. And that's exactly what they did. They got together on their own. They put this bill together. They came out of their negotiations with an understanding, with an agreement, with a bill. And it's a good bill. It's a fair bill. It's the first bill that we've had that is this fair. The mineral owners get what they wanted. The royalty owners, they got what they wanted. The Farm Bureau has what they wanted. The oil and gas industry has what they wanted. For the first time in 8 years since I've been here, we have a bill that all those organizations agreed on totally, and they want. It's a good bill. Pass this bill. Now, let's look at our economy today. I saw on the news last night where our president has cut off Russian oil and gas coming into the country. That's going to create a considerable shortage of natural gas and oil in this country. A few years ago, we were energy independent. Today, we're not. And this bill will increase production to a point that we again can become energy independent in this country. That is a national security issue for the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, pass this bill. It's a good bill.
Gentleman from the 3rd, Delegate Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
So I want to go through the force pooling process because I don't think we've really broken it down at this point. So this application to go through with force pooling requires certain percentages. So what page are you on? Well, it doesn't necessarily be a certain page. I want to go through the application process. Got it. So, which covers multiple pages. Okay. Now, the application process for force pooling requires a certain net acreage of owner's consent. What is that percentage?
75%.
Okay, 75%. And once they get to 75%, they can, once they also get operator's consent of 55% of the net acreage, and this third line of operate in good faith, which we'll get to here in a bit, they can then proceed forward with force pooling, correct?
No, they cannot proceed.
Okay,
they can file an application with the OGCC, and if the OGCC approves an application, then they would be able to proceed with development.
Development, okay. The application process for, I know we like to change the words up, for force pooling, unitization, things of that nature. Okay, so I want to go over non-consenting owners with a lease and then non-consenting owners without a lease.
Sure.
Okay, so non-consenting owners with a lease. That's someone who has already negotiated a lease, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they've already gone through the process of negotiating a contract with an operator, correct?
Them or their predecessor. Yes.
Okay, so
predecessor in interest.
At the end of the day, a contract has been put in place.
Yes.
So there is a lease. But in that lease language, there's no what I would call unitization language. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay, so when we say unitization, we've used the term before. That's also a term of art. Force pooling could also be part of that as well, right? When we say unitizing, you're being collected in. So this lease that does not, the non-consenting with the lease would not have the unitization language within the lease itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what are we doing now with the non-consenting owners with a lease? How does that work? We will now, because they negotiated this lease, didn't have unitization language, we are now saying that they will be forced in, even though they previously negotiated and didn't agree to it, and we're going to pay them a weighted average bonus of 25%, is that right?
Well, yes, the 25% weighted average bonus, but just one slight correction that the gentleman said that they negotiated against it. There's oftentimes I would think that it probably wasn't even contemplated.
It wasn't contemplated, but you agree with me it's not in the lease, right?
It's possible that it's silent.
Okay, so
it's possible that it's stricken.
So two parties sat down, negotiated a lease, has a lot of words in it, a lot of paper, but those words aren't there, right?
I've seen them one page, I've seen them 50.
Okay. But that language is not there. So we are forcing that language into a contract when it was not negotiated previously, correct?
The language actually wouldn't be placed into the contract.
But you get my drift here. We're forcing something to take place that previously may or may not have been negotiated on in a contract that was signed by two parties.
It would be tantamount to the formulation of a new contract.
Okay. That wasn't properly bargained for. It was forced into. Isn't that true?
It would be made, there would be made an application by the applicant for the consummation of a new contract.
Okay, and these percentages of 25% weighted bonus average and 80% weighted average production royalty, those percentages, they're not negotiated by the parties, are they? They're negotiated by the state. The state's making those percentages in this piece of legislation, aren't we?
Those are set forth in the statute, but I would add, oh, go ahead.
In the statute itself, we're saying these are the numbers.
Right. There is obviously a chance to negotiate, and in the event that the parties did negotiate for a higher royalty rate, that royalty rate would remain.
Okay, we're going to get to that, why that will never take place here in a second.
Sorry to get ahead of you.
So when we're talking about these parties here, we're talking about non-consenting. So your idea of negotiating, we've gone to the point where they're non-consenting. It literally says that in the bill.
They're defined as that, yes.
Okay, thank you. So now I want to go to non-consenting owner without a lease.
Okay.
All right, we've already gone through non-consenting with the lease. We're going to go to non-consenting without a lease. So they're given in this legislation 3 options. The first option is to surrender, that's literally the word in the bill, surrender, surrender the interest, to operators. So that's option 1, right?
Yeah, to sell the property, yes.
Okay. Option 2 would be to, looks like just have consideration for the lease of the weighted average bonus payment. Is that option 2? Could you just tell me what option 2 is?
Well, let me look in the bill real quick. Yes, unitization consideration.
Okay. And option 3 is just participate.
Yes.
Okay. So these 3 options that are available, if they don't make a timely decision through this process, they are forced, mandated by this bill, to take option 2, are they not?
The default position would be that a new contract would effectively be formulated using the provisions laid out in the bill.
Which is option 2. So
it is, yes.
Okay,
no, it's number 2. Yes.
They've gone through this process. They've decided I'm a non-consenting, but the state is saying you're getting option 2. But here's my key question. It says if it's not timely decided, so the property owner has not timely decided, what is that length of time?
I think it would be defined by the other provisions and criteria in the bill. You know, we have good faith in there, certain offers have to be made. I think that all goes into the determination of what timely would be.
Well, that's quite the word salad, but it doesn't really say how long we have. Is it 30 days? Is it 60 days? Is it 6 months?
The OGCC has 1 year to issue the order.
To issue an order, but I'm talking about the decision on whether to take option 1, 2, or 3. Who decides whether it's timely or not?
Well, I think once the issue is ordered, that's when it's made.
No, I'm asking about this negotiation process. It says if the property owner does not make a timely decision, then the government is saying you're getting option 2. I want to know how long they have.
I think it would be the discretion of the OGCC.
Okay, so it's not defined in the bill, clearly?
Not specifically.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you for yielding. Briefly, Mr. Speaker. You know, I joined my colleague and good friend in this bipartisan opposition to the bill, and also been down here for years, and I can remember the 49-49 vote we had to kill force pooling the first time. And, you know, I think there's a reason why a lot of people, this is flying under the radar. A lot of people don't know what's in the bill, including a lot of people in this chamber right now, and that's why I wanted to break it down for you as best as I could, because it's not a good bill. And we talk about stakeholders and people are involved. If that's really the case, why would this bill have to originate out of Senate Finance? A force pooling bill originating out of Senate Finance. Come on. And I agree with the gentleman from the 53rd. It's clearly theft. And it's also a government mandate. I never thought in a million years we'd be passing legislation out of the West Virginia legislature that has the word surrender in it related to property rights. Some people call freedom bills. This is a surrender bill. A surrender bill. You don't have to take my word for it. You can read it. Executive interest owners may elect to surrender the oil and gas underlying the tract to the participating operators. Surrender to the operators. And this government mandate, which I've discussed with the chairman of Judiciary, first off, it's an interference with the freedom and right of contract, which we can talk about freedom all day down here. We love to talk about it, but not right now. This government mandate is saying, if you didn't agree to the terms between these parties, we're going to negotiate on your behalf. The state of West Virginia is going to negotiate on the behalf of property owners. How absurd is that on its face? You know, one of your heroes, Ronald Reagan, you know, great president, did a lot of great things. He said, the 9 most terrifying words in the English language: I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Remember that? You guys say it all the time. I've heard it down on this floor before. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Terrifying. The West Virginia legislature is saying, I'm from the government and I'm here to help negotiate your lease. and have your property taken from you without your consent. I'm a no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to ask for a Rule 49 in that I have immediate family members who have oil and gas interests that could very well be affected by this bill.
I'm sure the gentleman will be a member of a class of 5 or greater and be instructed to vote.
This class. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 46th, Delegate Burkhammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tough issue here, that's for sure. And I think there has been some relevant arguments, especially from a friend from the first there, when we're talking about property rights and individuals being able to maintain those property rights. But I just want to clarify a little bit when we talk about those property rights that there is a difference between surface and mineral. And I believe the gentleman from the 35th, when he gave the introduction, talked about those surface rights would be protected. And I'm going to give you an actual story, because we act like we're only protecting or let's say trying to help gas companies. And I would first say gas companies are a big driver in our state and in our economy. And as we get our monthly reports of the surpluses that we're having, those gas companies play a key role in that. So my first argument would be they do have or should have our ear slightly. But I will agree we don't work for them, we work for the people. And so I want to give you an actual story. I'm going to leave a lot of names and exactly where this is out. I don't believe that's pertinent, but driving up a hollow in West Virginia to a well site, and on the left-hand side, there's a new pickup truck, a new farm tractor, and a new barn being built. True story. On the right-hand side, as you're driving up through there, guy's out there working on his farm tractor that he bought in the 60s, or maybe he, I don't know, inherited it from his grandfather. Barn's falling in. Got to know the guy, both guys. And I said, you know, why aren't you leasing? He said, oh, I want to. I want the new truck, the new farm tractor, and the new barn. But between me and the well pad is another guy that isn't interested. So as we talk about rights, I might argue that that guy has a right to his minerals, for them to be extracted from his property, to reap the profits thereof. Is that not a right? A surface right says that you cannot landlock someone, that you cannot keep someone from gaining access to their surface property. Could we not make the same argument and say someone should not be denied access to extracting their minerals? That's not a hypothetical. That's a true story of a West Virginia resident, a West Virginia farmer, that is saying, I'd like to extract my minerals. True story. We're also talking about a process of application. We're not showing up and stealing your car. We're talking about criteria that's set forth so that we can apply and we can extract and produce these vital natural resources that drive our state. It's a process. Pretty lengthy process, very detailed process. And to be honest, I would agree with the gentleman from the third. Don't tell anybody I said that. But it is a very detailed process, very complex process. But we did that to make sure that everyone was protected so that people could not show up and just automatically steal it. We set safeguards in place, we set protections in place. I believe this bill is for West Virginians like the farmer that I mentioned. I urge passage.
Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Ward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like a ruling on 49. I have my wife, she owns some gas and mineral rights.
Same ruling, the gentleman would be instructed to vote. Gentlelady from the 51st, Delegate Fleshire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think most of you know that how I feel about this bill. I believe in property rights. I believe they're guaranteed by the Constitution. And I don't care if there's a process to take away your property rights. This is forced pooling. But I just want to respond to what the gentleman said. This is also a true story. I had a gentleman call me, and he had built a really nice home, and the people who lived next door, or the property next door, it overlooked the WVU farm. There's some woods there, and WVU decided to sell the trees. He's like, can't you do something about that? And I'm like, no. It's private property. They are allowed to use their property the way they want to. That's the same as this bill. We are supposed to have private property rights under our Constitution. I'm a no. Everybody should be a no. And I guess the other thing is this idea about conservation and waste. You know, that's your idea maybe, because you want to make more money. And you think that the state has a right to what is underneath my property. Well, I inherited my property, and I want it to stay the way it is, and I'm a definite no. I don't believe that this is a conservation organization. This is a committee that makes money for people that already have money. I'm a no.
Gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take a moment from my perspective as a retired history teacher to kind of set the background of where we are today at this point in the history of our state. Throughout the history of our state, we've had inherited interest in property that has caused property to be broken into smaller and smaller parcels. We also allow people to inherit undivided interest over time. And I'm going to give you a concrete example, because I've heard a lot of discussion today that it's kind of abstract, but I'm going to give you a personal thing from my perspective that I'm involved in. My great-grandmother 100 years ago kept 1/16 interest in a 46-acre parcel of land in Wood County. She had five children. They each inherited 1/5 of her 1/16, or 1/80th in this parcel. My grandmother had five children. They each inherited 1/5 of her 1/80th, or 1/400ths. When my mother passed away, I inherited 1/3 of 1/400ths of her property. So I own 1/1200ths of the mineral rights in a 46-acre parcel. I saw a titled opinion in the early 1980s. There were 2.5 pages, single-spaced heirs in 1/2 of the minerals in the Cross family. The Moore family had 7/16, and the descendants of my great-grandmother have the other 1/16. You couldn't find half the heirs involved in this property if you looked for the next 50 years. So there's a remedy for that in the law of this state. It's called partition. I could file a lawsuit in the Wood County Circuit Court and force all of those minerals up for sale at the courthouse. And I certainly don't have the money to buy them on the auction block, but at least I'd get something out of them. but I potentially could get more if they are unitized into a larger drilling unit, and yes, they will. Some of them will be lost and unaccounted for people. And Joni Moore, a descendant of the Moore family, will be able to obtain the surface of the mineral rights, and she will increase her 7/16 to a little bit more for the lost and unaccounted for people. But that's the situation that occurs all over West Virginia. And at this intersection, we have drilling technology today that will send laterals out, as previous speakers have said, 3 miles, multiple parcels, to be adjudicated by the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission if someone wants to file the request for unitization before that commission. But before that, they must get 75% of the interest in their proposed unit order already signed up before they file this petition. That is much more stringent than we have in other states. So the intersection of the heritage of fractionalizing mineral rights through inheritance and the division of land into smaller parcels has created this situation. As a member of this legislature, I've always tried to be a practical problem solver. I own property that I own mineral rights to. Some of it's leased, some of it's unleased, for full disclosure here. But the drilling technology today that we have is inconsistent with our pattern of land ownership. And I respect the arguments of people who say nobody should ever be forced. I respect that. But I respectfully disagree at this point in the history of our state. This bill will permit and will minimize surface disturbance by creation of a well pad that will reach out and drain a larger area. And most of the companies today, and first of all, a person forced in can have no surface disturbance on their property. It protects their surface. I believe today this bill at this point in the history of the state is a way to begin to solve the problems facing and allow all the citizens of this state to receive their just and fair share of the minerals through the unitization process. I see no other way, given this point in the state's history, that we can move. And I don't feel that I am authorizing thievery. I respect people's rights to negotiate, and the companies are going to negotiate to achieve that 75% level. And then the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, to which 2 members that the Farm Bureau negotiated on there, one a farmer and one an active mineral owner that is not associated with any of these companies, they're going to sit on this commission. And it is at this point in the history of the state, if we are going to move forward as a state and compete for the capital investment that into our state and the development, the creation of jobs and wealth for the citizens of this state, the companies have choices. They can go to Pennsylvania in this region. They can go to Ohio. They can go to places in this state, or they can go to the Permian Basin in Texas, or they can go to North Dakota for the investment. We are competing for capital investment. And for the benefit of all the citizens of this state, I believe Senate Bill 694 should be passed, and I urge passage. Thank you.
Legislature 35th, Doug Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't planning on speaking on this today, but after some of the discussion, I'm going to be quick. Will the chair of Judiciary yield for a question?
Yes.
Thank you. If I'm a landowner and I don't want to do this, can I opt out?
The gentleman from the 3rd and I had a discussion about your 3 options. You can sell your interest.
Okay.
You can participate. Well, the second option would be consideration in the form of bonus and royalty. And then the 3rd option is you could participate as a carried participant in what's called a carried interest.
And that is what exactly?
That's essentially you operating as a working interest owner. So you're going to participate. So when the development of a gas well happens, people pay money to drill that well. And you could elect to participate as a working interest owner, and you would be fronted the costs associated with the development of that well. And then when your cost was paid back to the operator from your royalty times 2, then you would collect royalty based on that.
What if I don't want to do any of it? What if it's I own it, it's mine, I'm not interested, no thank you. What's my option?
Well, there would be a lot of options. I'd need a lot more information from you.
Is there any way to opt out of this entirely?
That depends on what the circumstances are. If there's not 75%.
If there is 75%, I've got the other 25, I'm not interested, I don't want to do it.
You would have 3 options in that case.
I don't have the option to say no thank you.
You have the 3 options that I laid out.
Thank you so much. I'm a no thank you on this bill. People have property rights. They should keep their property rights. This is not up to us. I can't believe we are forcing people to do something that they don't want to do. And there was a lot of stakeholder work involved in this. I'm very close with a lot of the stakeholders, and I know everyone has worked really, really hard. But this is just a no for me. We need to protect property rights. Thank you.
Gentleman 56, Doug Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Yield. I want to lay out a scenario here. During the debate, I did not hear this. Let's say I lease my 20 acres of mineral rights to Al's Well Drilling. He's a wildcatter. I signed a lease with him. It's a very good lease. And then all my neighbors lease to some multinational corporation. What happens?
Well, that would be, it depends on how much acreage did you have?
20 acres. And the neighbors around have leased to another company. They make up way more than 75%. Maybe I'm only 10% or less.
Just wanted clarification on that specific example. Yeah, so it would be the same provisions would apply in that case.
So let's say, you know, I get a $5,000 signing bonus per acre, and but the 80%, I think it's 80%. Maybe it's only 500, so I only get 500.
Well, you said you already got 5,000.
Well, yeah, I did. Maybe that's a bad example, but let's say on the production, I'm getting 25% at the wellhead at production from Al. Multinational corporation says it's 12.5%. Do I get 25% or do I get 12.5%?
You would get 25% of the weighted average bonus unless the royalty that you had negotiated in the previous lease was higher.
Okay, so I would get what I negotiated with Al's.
Your royalty percentage?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the new company, and they would take Al's lease, I'm assuming is how this would work.
They'd make application, and on that application it would state that the pre-existing royalty interest is higher than that of 25% of the weighted average, and therefore that would be the royalty interest applied.
Okay, and small operator Al's Well Drilling, they're just out of luck?
No, they would participate as well.
Now, how would they participate?
As a working interest owner. That's the situation I just, not exactly, but they would participate as a working interest owner.
Okay, thank you. Continue to speak the bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm actually opposed to this bill. I voted against the bill 2 2015, I think it was. It was a 49-49 vote, as the gentleman said. I've also heard in here that the technology has changed. I heard the gentleman from the 46 said you can't landlock a piece of surface property. Well, technology actually says you can't landlock a piece of underground property either. I talked to the engineers. What they could do is they could purchase a utility right away, drill a lateral through your property, and essentially they don't frack that part. So there is an option for you not to have your property drilled. You will give up a right of way, but there is an option there. Several people have said that our country is based on property rights. That's very true. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but I'm told that one iteration was life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. If you notice the difference between third world countries and us, third world countries do not have intact property rights. Your property is probably the single biggest thing you have as an advantage in becoming successful. A lot of small business owners, some in here, have probably mortgaged their homes and their property to start their business. Some failed, some became millionaires. But if you don't have that option, you can't do that. You go back to the third world, they don't have that option. I understand the need to produce natural gas in this state and oil. It's extremely important, especially in today's world with what's going on in Ukraine. But how do we give up property rights? One of our most basic freedoms. The very foundation of this country. Freedom doesn't mean freedom of movement, freedom of expression, Second Amendment, First Amendment. It also means freedom to make dumb decisions. And if you have 20 acres with natural gas in it, and you don't want to drill it, and they go around you, they get property on both sides of you and put 2 units together, and you're left out, that may have been a bad decision on your part. But you were free to make that decision. We're about to take this decision away. I urge a no vote.
Gentleman 35th to close debate on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a really great debate. But I want to clarify a few things first and then point out a few others, and then we'll see what happens, huh? So, to clarify, the gentleman had asked me about the definitions of several words, and I just want to clarify for everybody, we are not creating any new criminal offenses with this, okay? So our jail bills are intact. Secondly, just recently the gentleman mentioned a situation where a horizontal well could go underneath somebody else's property without fracking underneath that property. Now that is a crime. That's trespass. Can't do that. So we cannot do that. We heard about decision making in Charleston with Charleston people affecting lives of folks that aren't in Charleston. Well, want to make sure we've got a consistency issue here, because I think we've been passing a lot of things that impact people on local levels out of Charleston. So just looking for a little consistency there. I really appreciate the gentleman from the first argument, and I'll compliment him because he is consistent. And what he mentioned is correct, that this bill has come up a lot. But it's not unusual for bills to come back year after year. In fact, I think it's the House rules or something, provides that if your bill doesn't pass, it gets reintroduced unless you say it shouldn't. And the point of that is because you want that to be considered again. You want to find ways to fix it, find ways to make it better, to improve upon it, to elicit or solicit more opinions and input about how to improve that piece of legislation. So the longer a bill has been under consideration of this body, I think is a good thing. That means we've talked about it and improved it. Has it come closer? Has it come closer? And I've always respected the will of this body that it will vote to pass that bill when it's ready, and it'll reject it when it's not. It fosters a discussion about how we improve West Virginia. You know, last night was an interesting night. I'm proud to report I'm vertical. We left the committee at about 2:30, and one of the bills, you know, people always look and say, I heard that bill failed in judiciary. Well, you know, we look at bills all the time, and we put them out for a vote. And if they lose, they lose. That's the process. But yesterday we evaluated a bill, and we learned about this legal concept of binding authority and persuasive authority. And there really is no binding authority down here as you cast your vote, unless, you know, perhaps maybe your conscience. But since persuasive authority is still legal, I'll provide you with a little. This bill was worked. It was worked by many of the entities that were mentioned in the debate today. Do the mineral interest owner folks that are down here represent every mineral owner in the state of West Virginia? No. Does the Farm Bureau represent every farmer in the state of West Virginia? No. Does representation from the oil and gas industry represent every company? No. But do they represent a consensus of the vast majority of those areas? And I would suggest to you that we do. You know, it was brought up that we were worried about the discretion that we were giving to the OGCC. I always love chatting with the gentleman from the third on the floor. And with passage of this bill, you're actually reining in the OGCC. We're not creating any new law here. This law already exists, not to all the formations, but it does exist to wells drilled in certain strata at deeper levels. And it is way more expansive, way more expansive. So this bill actually pulls deep well development to be consistent with shallow well development. So this reins in the OGCC. It does provide, I think, for the efficient development of natural resources with the least amount of intrusion or disruption. Provides for less disruption. It maintains surface rights. It doesn't allow anyone that was one of those three options. It provides that that surface cannot be disrupted. The examples that the gentleman from the 46 gave, I think, were very good, because there's a property rights issue to be made on both sides. And in fact, the story that I most often hear when it is about mineral rights and the inability to develop them is because there's people outside of the state of West Virginia that are standing in the way of West Virginians. That's the example that I most often hear. And there's no one's being forced to sell. No one's land is being taken. They're still going to have their land. They're still going to have their farm. They're still going to have that property. So with all of that being said, I know that it's been mentioned before. We're living in an interesting time. West Virginia has never been afraid to lead. We've never been afraid to lead in powering this nation. And I would suggest there's no greater time to lead and to say we're here and we're prepared to power this nation. I'd urge passage of the bill.
Question before the House: shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
The following members have paired: Delegate Westfall, yea. Delegate Gearhart, nay. Delegate Smith, yea. Delegate Rowe, nay.
Has every member voted? Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 55 ayes, 44 nays, 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. Clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 694 relating to oil and gas conservation.
Are there amendments to the title?
There are 2 amendments to the title.
Clerk will please report the first one.
Delegate Capito moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. Clerk will please report the second title amendment.
Delegate Fluharty moves to amend the title.
Does the gentleman wish to explain the title amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The current title, well, it was just amended apparently, but mine's accurate. It says relating to forced pooling because that's what we're doing. The facts say that. The bill says that. The evidence says that. The creative way we do titles doesn't say that. So I'm just trying to get an accurate title amendment in here so we have an accurate depiction of what's going on with Senate Bill 694. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the adoption of the title amendment. Gentleman 35th, Delegate Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think we are talking somewhat about semantics here, but I do worry that adoption of the title amendment offered by the gentleman from the 3rd could provide a technical reason for a veto from the executive, and for many other reasons I won't mention, I would urge rejection.
Question is on the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Okay, the noes have it. Chair declares that title amendment lost. Title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there other bills on 3rd reading today? If not, bills on 2nd reading?
Senate Bill 1, creating Mining Mutual Insurance Company.
Laid in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to move the bill to 3rd with the right to amend and amendments pending.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Senate Bill 1 will be advanced to 3rd reading with the amendments pending and the general right to amend. Next bill on 2nd reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 5, creating West Virginia Unmanned Aircraft Systems Advisory Council.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman the 15th, Douglas Foster, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this amendment is to create regulatory framework for vertiports and air mobility vehicles that take off vertically for public use, and it's otherwise authorized by the U.S. Department of Transportation and Federal Aviation Administration. The amendment also includes a prohibition against any county, city, village, or township from enacting or adopting any ordinance, policy, or rule to regulate advanced air mobility or advanced air mobility aircraft. That is the amendments. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to 3rd reading. Next bill on 2nd reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 6, establishing common law veil piercing claims not be used to impose personal liability.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on the Judiciary moves to amend the bill. On page 1, Section 303A, line 5, by inserting the following language after manager, nor for fines, fees, or penalties individually assessed against another member or manager for acts unrelated to the business of the limited liability company. And on page 2, Section 303C, lines 26 and 27, by striking subparagraph C5 in its entirety.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment just read by the clerk. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment just read by the clerk will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Clerk will please report the next amendment.
The Committee on the Judiciary moves to amend the bill on page 2, section 303D, line 33, by striking $50,000 per person and $100,000 per occurrence, and inserting in place thereof $100,000 liability insurance.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just read by the clerk. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment just read by the clerk will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 25, updating provisions of Medical Professional Liability Act.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to move to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Senate Bill 25 will be advanced to third reading with the general right to amend. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 172, increasing compensation of elected county officials.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill on page 3, section 4, line 66 by striking out 2021 and inserting in lieu thereof 2022, and on page 5, section 4, line 110 by striking out 2021 and inserting in lieu thereof 2022.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just read by the clerk. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 231, relating generally to broadband connectivity.
Are there amendments? Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to advance the bill to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 231 will be advanced to third reading with the general right to amend. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 245, revising wage payment and collection.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to advance the bill to third reading with the general right to amend.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. The bill will be so advanced. Next bill on second reading.
Oh, there's an amendment pending. Is that okay? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Senate Bill 245 will be advanced to third reading with the currently pending amendment still pending in the general right to amend. Let's take the next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 253, relating to voting precincts and redistricting.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill. On page 1.
Chairman of the 15th, Douglas Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the amendment is to retain the legislature in a position to review maps and technical documents when counties are performing redistricting. The amendment designates the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Delegates or their designees as legislative liaisons when dealing with the U.S. Census Bureau for redistricting purposes. The amendment permits the legislature to request the assistance of the Secretary of State to verify data and other technical work. The amendment also requires that counties submit maps and technical supporting documents for their redistricting to the Secretary of State and the legislature. And in the event the legislature is inadvertently forgotten, the amendment requires the Secretary of State to notify the legislature of a submission and provides copies of the same. Finally, the amendment requires the legislature provide its updated maps to the U.S. Census Bureau and requires the Secretary of State to retain the maps of the legislature and counties for public inspection. The counties are also required to retain their maps in the county courthouse for public inspection. That is the amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is shall the amendment be adopted? Lady in the 51st, Douglas Fleshour is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question of the Vice Chair.
Yes.
So just so everybody understands this, the way this is set up is now the census data will be communicated from the county clerks to the Secretary of State and the Senate President and the House Speaker. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then that group of 3 will compile the information. Is that right?
Yes.
And the committee rejected an amendment that would also include the House Minority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader before this information is compiled.
We did reject that amendment because that's included later on in the process.
No. I said before the information is compiled. They get it after the information is compiled, correct?
Yes, that amendment was rejected in committee.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Yes, ladies recognized.
I oppose this amendment. This allows 3 people of one party to make decisions on redistricting maps. And that is inherently not transparent, inherently not fair, and it could yield to mischief. It wasn't very long ago that our positions in this body were reversed, and that could happen again. I'm sure many of you think it could never happen again, but it has happened over the years. I think we should reject this amendment. I think that we should do it in a fair way that is open and that both Democrats and Republicans would see the data that comes from the county clerks and the census before it's compiled. So I urge a no vote.
The question again is on the amendment. Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate on the amendment, the question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to 3rd reading. Next bill on 2nd reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 261, requiring video cameras in certain special education classrooms.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill on page 5, section 11, line 105, following the words "the agency" by striking out the word "getting" and inserting the word "receiving." And on page 5, section 11, line 106, following the words "video recording" by striking out the word "will" and inserting the word "shall."
Question is on the amendment just read by the clerk. Gentleman of the 64th Doggett Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment is purely technical and clarifying. I urge adoption.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment read by the clerk will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. And the ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments on the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to 3rd reading. Next bill on 2nd reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 443, including police and firefighter as electors of trustees for certain pension funds.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 476, relating to imposition of minimum severance tax on coal.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 478, relating to neighborhood investment program.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 486, allowing PERS retirees to designate special needs trust as beneficiary.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Mr. Speaker,
Lady in the 49th.
I ask unanimous consent to postpone action 1 day on committee substitute for Senate Bill 486.
486. Are there objections to postponing action 1 day on committee substitute for Senate Bill 486? Okay, there are no objections heard. Senate Bill 486 will remain in its place on the calendar on 2nd reading. Next bill on 2nd reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 487, relating to Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund and Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund Part B.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill.
Chairman of the 64th Doggett Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee reported a strike and insert amendment that removed the new language proposed by the Senate bill and changed the language that requires a transfer each July 31st as follows. Such amount of the first 50% of all surplus revenues, if any, determined to have accrued during the fiscal year just ended, as may be necessary to bring the balance of the Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund to 8% of the total appropriations from the state fund general revenue for the fiscal year just ended. This amendment would change the number 13 to 8 and 2 other places in the statute as appropriate. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman of the 64th. Is there debate on the amendment? Gentleman of the 34th, Douglas Boggs.
Gentleman yield.
Yes.
So as a net, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as a net effect of this amendment that until it reached that threshold, the 8%, that we would be putting no money in rainy day.
Gentleman's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman of the 30th, Douglas Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the chairman yield.
Yes.
Briefly, where are we at now?
Roughly, we are at, in rainy day A, approximately 9.51%.
And the threshold is?
Currently in statutes 13. This amendment changes it to 8.
So this would lower us, would drop us below the amount?
Yes, we have exactly, as of February 28th, $1,013,361,267.
So the monies would no longer flow into the rainy day fund?
The gentleman's correct.
But then in theory would be available for appropriation the next fiscal year?
The gentleman's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question again is on the adoption of the amendment explained by the gentleman of the 64th. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, the question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 492 relating to electronic collection of tolls.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill on page 2, section 11, line 26 by striking the word shall and inserting in lieu thereof the word may.
Question is on the amendment as read by the clerk. Gentleman of the 15th, Douglas Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is as simple as read. It changes a shall to may on line 26.
Question again is on the adoption of the amendment just read by the clerk. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of that amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, bill will be advanced to third reading. Clerk will please report the bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 493 requiring County Board of Education make meetings available to public in person and through internet.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Ellington moves to amend the bill.
Yeah.
The Committee on the Judiciary moves to amend the bill on page 1, immediately following the enacting clause by striking the remainder of the bill.
Chair will ask the clerk to pause for a moment for the benefit of all members. We do have a number of amendments filed to this bill. We have an amendment filed by the Committee on the Judiciary, which is a comprehensive amendment which strikes the entirety of the bill and inserts in lieu thereof a committee draft of the bill. We have another complete amendment offered by the gentleman of the 27th, Chair of Education, Delegate Ellington, which strikes the entirety of the bill and inserts in lieu thereof another version of the bill. And then we have secondary amendments offered to the primary amendment from the Committee on the Judiciary. So the chair will first ask the sponsors of the two competing comprehensive strike and insert amendments to present their amendments first. For what purpose does the gentleman of 37 seek recognition? Okay, let's begin with the Chairman of Judiciary, Douglas Capito, to explain the committee amendment.
I'm presenting the one that we presented. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The amendment, the strike and insert that came to the floor from the committee provided changes to the subsection F on page 2 of the strike and insert, and provided that a description of each matter voted on by a county board, along with how each member voted on the matter, shall be published on the county board's website and remain published on the county board's website for at least 4 years. We changed 2 years in that sentence to 4 in committee. We also changed the provision to 4 years for how long that each county had to keep it, the link on their website. Mr. Speaker, we've had some discussion. There were several amendments that were secondary amendments that were offered to this primary amendment to try to address how we could avoid taking a roll call on every single vote. I think the committee agreed that one of the purposes of this bill was to provide transparency and provide the voters of this state an opportunity to assess how their representatives on the county boards of education were voting. But it occurred to us, and we didn't have the fix quite right in committee, and that's the chair's fault, my fault. So as we've approached the floor, we've tried to find a better way to lay out that objective without extraneous or unnecessary roll call votes. And I believe that the chairman of health, or excuse me, of education, the former chairman of health, the now chairman of education, has laid that out nicely in his strike and insert. So to the extent that that message comes across, I believe that the strike and insert before you has been improved upon by the chairman of education. But that is an explanation of the strike and insert from the judiciary.
Okay, for the benefit of the members, the gentleman from the 35th, Doug Capito, has explained the comprehensive strike and insert amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. There are 2 secondary amendments, which are also competing secondary amendments offered to the primary amendment just explained. So normally the process at this point would be we would take those 2 secondary amendments offered to the primary amendment, process them, then process the primary amendment, then process the gentleman from the 27th's competing primary amendment. If there's no objection from the members, we'll allow the gentleman from the 27th to explain the alternative competing strike and insert amendment. Then we'll allow the members to choose between the 2, and given whichever one is adopted, if either of them are adopted, then the body would permit the secondary amendments to be considered if the sponsors so choose. Is there objection to that process? If it's at all clear. Okay. If there's no objection, Chair will recognize the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This strike insert has several components to it. On Section B of the bill, both the Judiciary's amendment and this one report that each county board meeting is open meetings, and if there is any interruption in the audio or video recording that occurs during the meeting may continue while that interruption is corrected or resolved. My strike and insert adds that it also that the recording does not apply to executive session, where the judiciary one makes no mention of executive session. But that one does say that that recording has to be retained for 4 years. Mine does not have that requirement of 4 years in it for the recording. The next part has rules for attendance and presentation for people, for the public, and also the opportunity. Mine has that the opportunity for the public to address the board. All the members are treated equally. The judiciary one mentions delegations and speakers. So delegations would be something like a group of people having one member present. My bill does not preclude that possibility at the meeting. Last part in Section F mentions that the minutes of each public board meeting record the votes cast by each board member on all substantive matters posted, and then that would be posted within 2 business days and remain posted at least 1 year after the meeting. The judiciary one mentions that each matter that is voted on, the votes on that matter will be recorded and retained for 4 years. So we wanted to get rid of the votes on just procedures, minutes, things like that. So the language that's in my strike and insert is mainly for substantive ones, issues that are being addressed, that they have that vote, and only retained for a year instead of 4 years. So I would support adoption of that amendment.
The members have heard the two competing strike and insert amendments. Chair will now will proceed to entertain debate on those strike and insert amendments. We'll conclude debate with voting on those two strike and insert amendments, realizing that only one can be adopted. So adoption of either of them will preclude adoption of the other. So at this time, we'll open debate on the two competing strike and insert amendments. Gentleman number 37, Doug Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chairman of Education yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think it's on page 2, the, doesn't have a line, subsection F, where it talks about the minutes of each public board meeting must include a record. Well, they have to be posted to the website within 2 business days. The minutes generally wouldn't be approved until the next meeting.
That would be true. Typically, they would be approved at the next meeting.
So should we say preliminary or unapproved, or because they're not going to be official minutes yet?
That could be reformed.
We
could have it as draft minutes.
So are you asking unanimous consent to reform the amendment?
I could see that we could do that.
So, okay, that's fine. Thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, as a sponsor of a secondary amendment to the First Amendment, I think this amendment's actually more comprehensive if we address that one issue, that the minutes aren't going to be official minutes until the next board meeting. But I would rise in support of the gentleman from the 27th Amendment, which would then negate my amendment. So I'd support this one.
Chair wants to be sure I heard that dialogue correctly. Did the gentleman from the 27th request a reformation?
Well, I'm speaking to count. Second, if
Okay, we'll get back to that request in a moment. Gentleman from the 16th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chair of Education yield, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. What was the intent behind going from 4 years to 1 year on the preservation of the video and audio?
Well, originally the bill had 5 years, and then our committee went to 2, and then judiciary went back up to 4. But the rationale for 1 was not to make it too excessive on them. But I think they still have to be retained after that. Yeah, it just has to be online for the year. The minutes would still have to be retained after that period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the question again is on the two competing amendments. Is there additional debate on the two competing amendments? The lady from the 48th, Doug Kimball, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it appropriate at this time to speak to either amendment?
It is. Both amendments are in order for debate. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would like at this time to speak in favor of the Judiciary Committee amendment. In light of the amount, in favor of more transparency, and also I am concerned with regard to the gentleman from the 27th with his amendment. In subsection F, the votes that will be maintained, it says the votes will be, I guess it's a subjective because it says substantive matters, all votes on substantive matters. If we have the recordings maintained for 4 years, that's the duration of a board member's time on the board. So all voters can go back. If they have a question, they can do their research online at the website, and they can actually see. They can actually cross-reference 4 years back with the minutes as well. So I am in favor of the Judiciary Committee's very well thought out amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman 67, Doyle's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize, but I don't see an amendment in my system here called the Judiciary Committee Amendment. Does it have a different name?
Will clerk please report that title?
Yeah. H. Jude A.M. number 1.
It's not here.
Is the amendment visible to other members on the delegate console system?
Apparently it is in there. My sidekick found it, but I didn't know where to look for it.
Understood. Okay, the question again is on the two amendments, one explained by the gentleman of 35th Delegate Capito, one explained by the gentleman of 27th Delegate Ellington.
After this sentence, then you'll add another one that upon approval, they should be posted within 2 days of approval. That's fine. So you add draft and you add a second sentence after the meeting.
Draft of the minutes for each meeting, blah, 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 all the way down to here, posted within 2 days after the meeting.
But yours aren't going to be posted until a month, the way you've got that worded. No, not this. It's not this.
It's just this. And take the scratch out.
Okay, so when do you post the actual minutes?
I was going to say the minutes shall remain on the website. You could say the minutes shall be reposted.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So you're saying for your term it is adoption? No, it's approved.
It's good. We got this.
Okay. That's
We've been in my first quadrant.
I know.
All right, so what do you think? You have to bring that up.
Okay, so this is what we're going to say.
Basically, we're going to say the draft.
Yeah, so it's going to read a draft here. A draft of the minutes of each board meeting must include a record of the votes cast by each member, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and shall be posted 2 business days after the meeting. Minutes, and then we will insert after approval. The minutes shall be.
Everybody say the same thing.
Yep.
All right, so that's what we'll...
How do you want?
That's how we provide it. Yeah, we can provide it that way. So I'll let you have that, and you have to put it in. A draft of the minutes, and then on this one is for up to that point, and then after approval, the minutes shall remain on the website.
Okay.
Okay? After final approval or after?
Oh, that's good.
After approval. Yep.
You just need to ask
So I need to, yeah, I know.
consent to perform your amendment.
Okay, so a draft of will go there, right?
Inserting a draft of the...
Okay, House will again please be in order. Gentleman 27, Doug Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to reform the amendment.
Gentleman, please state the reformation.
The reformation would be on section F, where it says minutes. Before that, put in a draft of the, where it would read then, a draft of the minutes of each public board meeting. And then on the third line, after that sentence, before minutes, after approval, minutes shall remain on the website for at least 1 year after the meeting.
Does the chair hear objection to the making of that reformation as articulated by the gentleman at 27th? All right, there are no objections. That reformation will be made. So question again before the body is on both of the competing comprehensive striking inserted amendments now as reformed. Is there a debate on either of the two? The gentleman 42nd, Naked Longenegger is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Chair of Education yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
And I know you guys are working this out between the two chairs there to try to get this bill good or better, but it's created a little confusion. Can you clarify that your amendment, if adopted, will that permit transparency with the when a Board of Education goes into executive committee? Typically, they'll close the doors, and we really don't know what's going on.
And that I believe is protected, so it's not. That's not something that's recorded in the minutes or on the audio or video.
So it will not impact the executive committee at
Correct.
all?
Yeah, my amendment says that. That's exempted, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman 37, Dr. Pushkin.
Mr. Speaker, would the Chairman of Education yield?
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, no votes can be taken in executive committee, correct?
Correct. Once they come out of executive committee or session, then they could do a public vote.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman 16th, Dr. Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chairman yield again?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. To follow up from the gentleman from the 37th, what type of issues are typically held in the executive session?
There may be confidential information, maybe about, let's say, some event that happened at the school or within the county that they had to discuss, maybe legal issues or something that wouldn't be public.
Thank you.
Is there further debate on the two comprehensive amendments? Okay, if not, the chair will put first the question on the strike and insert amendment offered by the gentleman at 35th, Dr. Capito. If that amendment is lost, then the chair will put the question on the strike and insert amendment offered by the gentleman at 27th, Doug Ellington. Then we'll move on. Question before the House first is the amendment from the gentleman for 35th, Doug Capito. Those in favor of adoption of that amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Okay, the noes appear to have it. Okay, the noes have it. Chair declares that amendment lost. Question now is on the strike and insert amendment offered by the gentleman at 27, Doug Ellington. Those in favor of adoption of that amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Okay, chair declares that amendment adopted. In light of that outcome, are there objections to the two secondary amendments being withdrawn? Okay, no objections are heard. The secondary amendments will be withdrawn. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 518, allowing nurses licensed in another state to practice in West Virginia.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Health and Human Resources moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman 17, take a Rohrbach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The strike and insert updates the Board of Nursing. The Governor shall appoint a new board before July 1, 2022. It adds more direct care nurses to the board membership. It updates the power of the board to our standard language. It changes licensee renewal from yearly to every other year. And finally, it reestablishes the Nursing Shortage Study Commission for 1 year. The members are chosen by the Board of Nursing. The commission shall report its findings to the Joint Committee on Health by December the 1st, 2022. That's a summary of the amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I urge adoption.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman on the 17th. Is there debate on the amendment? The lady before you first, Dr. Tully, is recognized.
I'd like to stand up and urge support or adoption of this amendment. I think this is an excellent amendment. The recomposition of the Board of Nursing to include more direct care nurses, I think, can only be beneficial to some of the retention and recruitment issues or efforts in our state for nurses. The every 2-year licensure from switching from every 1 year also is a matter of convenience, and I think the study commission will be an excellent, with the membership as it's made up in this amendment, I think will actually also be very productive. So I would like everybody to support this amendment.
Question again is on the adoption of the amendment. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, Gentleman 30, Douglas Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Chair rise for just a quick question? In your description, sir, you didn't mention, I believe the issue, and the short title of the bill is allowing nurses to practice in another state in West Virginia. Is that still in there? I think we discussed this in committee and it was still in there.
Well, it gets back to the temporary permit language is still in the bill, but this is the title that came from the Senate.
Yeah, this is the short title, but the provisions of the bill, in your description of the amendment from the committee, I don't believe you did mention. I don't believe you mentioned that provision. I was just ensuring it was still in the bill.
Yes, gentleman's correct.
That is still in this, and then we'll just fix.
No, it's not. That's the part that's the strike and insert took care of that.
So the strike and insert took the portion of it that dealt with nurses from other state out.
The strike and insert.
You just amend the title. It's the short title.
No. Council says the short title never really reflected what came over from the Senate.
Okay, so the issue is with the short title, not the title.
The gentleman's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question again is on the amendment. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 528, supplementing and amending appropriations to DHHR Consolidated Medical Services Fund.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill.
Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee reported the bill with a strike and insert amendment that makes technical corrections to the format of the bill and remove the erroneous language purporting to reappropriate unexpended balances. I urge adoption.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman of 64th. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 529, encouraging additional computer science education in West Virginia schools.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman of 64th, Douglas Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee reported the bill with an amendment that incorporated the Committee on Education technical changes amendment with further technical changes and further removal of the obsolete 2020-2021 school year deadline date. I urge adoption.
Question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman of 64th, Douglas Householder. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Clerk will please report the next amendment.
Delegates Kessinger and Steele move to amend the bill on page 3 Section 12, line 43, after the word development by adding a comma and the words digital literacy and a comma.
Question before the House is the amendment just read by the clerk. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 543, creating Unemployment Compensation Insurance Fraud Unit within Workforce West Virginia.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on the Judiciary moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman at the 35th, Dr. Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The amendment from the committee inserts language consistent with other places in the code where we have permitted the carrying of firearms by other entities, and so this syncs this section of code up with other sections of code. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman at 35th, Dr. Capito. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 546, expanding uses of fees paid by students at higher education institutions.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 550, relating to funding for higher education institutions.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Action on committee substitute for Senate Bill 550 will be postponed by 1 day. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 570, establishing training for law enforcement in handling individuals with Alzheimer's and dementias.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on the Judiciary moves to amend the bill on page 1 by striking everything after the enacting clause and inserting in lieu thereof the following.
Gentleman 35th, Dr. Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The committee amendment would correct the reference to the Law Enforcement Professional Standards Subcommittee. Also clarifies that the training program must be based on evidence-informed research and authorize any qualified organization, entities, or persons to provide Alzheimer's-related training if approved by the subcommittee. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman at 35th, Dr. Capito. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 570, establishing... Wrong one. Already did that one. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 571, declaring certain claims to be moral obligations of state.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill.
Chairman of the 64th, Douglas Householder, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee reported the committee substitute with an amendment that made non-substantive technical cleanup and clarifying corrections. I urge adoption.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman from 35th, from 64th, Douglas Householder. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 584, relating to West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. On page 4.
Gentleman of 64th, Douglas Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee reported the committee substitute with an amendment that made non-substantive technical cleanup and clarifying corrections. I urge adoption.
The question is on the amendment just explained by the gentleman of 64th, Douglas Householder. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 585, creating administrative medicine license for physicians not practicing clinical medicine.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 624, making supplementary appropriation to DHHR Division of Health Laboratory Services.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 625, making supplementary appropriation to DHHR Division of Health Vital Statistics account.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 633, supplementing and amending appropriations to DHHR Consolidated Medical Services Fund.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 634, making supplementary appropriation to DHHR Division of Health Hospital Services Revenue Account Special Fund Capital Improvement, Renovation, and Operations.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 641, requiring Consolidated Public Retirement Board to set contributions to Deputy Sheriff's Retirement System.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill.
Chairman of the 64th Doggett Householder to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee reported the committee substitute with an amendment that made non-substantive technical cleanup and clarifying corrections. I urge adoption.
Question is on the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman of the 64th. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 643, removing residency requirement of members appointed to County Airport Authority.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 698, relating to number and selection of members for Governor's Veterans Council.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 704, allowing parents, grandparents, and guardians to inspect instructional materials in classrooms.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Education moves to amend the bill.
Chairman 27th Doggett Ellington to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee amendment strikes out the word supplementary on page 1, line 9 of the bill to include all instructional materials. And then throughout the bill, where grandparent is used, replaces that with custodian and defines what custodian is. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the amendment.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman 27th Doggett Ellington. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor, yes, Chairman 43rd Doggett Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the chair yield.
Yes, sir.
So the amendment is taking away a more explicit outline. So now it can be basically any classroom material.
Yeah, all instructional materials.
All
instructional materials that are in the classroom, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Noes appear to have it. Roll call is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 66 ayes, 25 nays, and 9 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 715, decreasing and increasing existing items of appropriations from State Fund General Revenue.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 716, supplemental appropriation to DOE, West Virginia Board of Education, Strategic Staff Development.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 717, supplemental appropriation to miscellaneous boards and commissions, Board of Medicine, Medical Licensing Board.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 718, supplemental appropriation to Department of Administration, Travel Management, Aviation Fund.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 719, supplemental appropriation to DHS, Fire Commission, Fire Marshal fees.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 720, supplementing and amending appropriations to Executive Governor's Office Civil Contingent Fund.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 722, expiring funds to DEP, Division of Environmental Protection, Reclamation of Abandoned and Dilapidated Property Program Fund.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 723, making supplementary appropriation to Department of Agriculture, West Virginia Spay-Neuter Assistance Fund.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 724, making supplementary appropriation to DHS, Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation, Regional Jail and Correctional Facility Authority.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 725, supplementing and amending appropriations to DHS, West Virginia State Police.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading at this time? If not, bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2 relating to Unemployment Benefits Program.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 138 relating to Board of Medicine composition. Oh, yes.
Senate Bill 2 will be advanced to second reading. Next bill on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 138 relating to Board of Medicine composition.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 205 expanding PEIA Finance Board membership.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 228 providing tuition and fee waivers at state higher education institutions for volunteers who have completed service in AmeriCorps programs in West Virginia.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 230 relating generally to public employees grievance procedure.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 232 relating to punishment for third offense felony.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 242 restricting authority to prevent or limit owners' use of natural resources or real property in certain agricultural operations.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 246 requiring newly constructed public schools and public schools with major improvements to have water bottle filling stations.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 262 relating generally to financial institutions engaged in boycotts of energy companies.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 264 relating to Conservation Districts Law of West Virginia.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 268 creating exemption from compulsory school attendance for child who participates in Learning Pod or micro school.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 312, authorization for Department of Revenue to promulgate legislative rules.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 334, authorizing miscellaneous agencies and boards to promulgate legislative rules.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 424, relating generally to 2022 Farm Bill.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 434, updating authority to airports for current operations.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 438, relating generally to West Virginia Security for Public Deposits Act.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 441, providing confidentiality of video and other recordings or other records of correctional juvenile facilities.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 442, relating to West Virginia Public Employee Retirement System.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 463, Best Interest of Child Protection Act of 2022.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 530, encouraging public-private partnerships in transportation.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 533, relating to funding for health sciences and medical schools in state.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 548, authorizing Workforce West Virginia employers to obtain employment classification and work locations.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 552, relating to tax sale process.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 568, relating to health insurance loss ratio information.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 574, relating to West Virginia PEIA.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 582, creating West Virginia Workforce Resiliency Act.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 588, relating to West Virginia Rails to Trails program.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 606, relating to West Virginia Medical Practice Act.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 609, allowing DOH Commissioner to accept ownership of rented and leased equipment.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 610, relating to duties, powers, and responsibilities of DOT Secretary.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 611, removing cap on bidders' contract bond.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 617, relating to qualifications for members of boards, commissions, and other entities.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 647, prohibiting discrimination in organ donation process.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 653, relating to public higher education governance.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 659, relating to non-intoxicating beer, wine, and liquor licenses and requirements.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 662, relating to creation, expansion, and authority of resort area district.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 668, clarifying eligibility for probation and parole conditions for sex offenses.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 685, relating to West Virginia Real Estate License Act.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 686, clarifying use of notes and bonds of West Virginia Housing Development Fund.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 693, clarifying meeting voting requirements for political party executive committees.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 711, establishing alternative educational opportunities for elective course credit.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 714, relating to tie votes by Coal Mine Safety and Technical Review Committee.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 726, relating to pretrial diversion agreements and deferred prosecution agreements.
Bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading today? If not, leaves of absence. Introductions. Miscellaneous business, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the House stand in recess for 15 minutes.
Questions on the motion that the House stand in recess for 15 minutes. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. We're in recess for 15 minutes.